can you just go back? Can you please go back and repeat the 2 points you just made? And you said Prabhupada.
This meeting is being live streamed, it says on my screen.
Yeah, Gaura doesn't know the difference between recording and live streaming. But anyways, it's okay. We'll do proper session. I guess it's on Monday.
But anyway, you just
how do I get rid of this white square blocking everybody's face?
You click on got it.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay.
Just back up and repeat again.
All right, I'll repeat it. I'm saying that Srila Prabhupada brought the Hare Krishna movement to the West, to America, in 1965. And he made it clear it was a cultural movement and an educational institution he was establishing when he created ISKCON. They were to be a delivery system for the culture, the Vedic culture, the Sanatana Dharma that Srila Prabhupada was bringing with him, and they were to form an educational institution to educate the people in general as to the purpose of the movement.
Is that why you went to Buffalo?
Exactly. After I was initiated October 66, and after about a year, I was working. I wasn't hanging around the temple, I was working. I was the first family man in the movement. I had a wife and a 2-year-old son. And I was working. And I decided that after about a year of being initiated, that I had to reciprocate with Srila Prabhupada. And I was thinking like that when this opportunity came up to go to Buffalo. And I took it. And with Srila Prabhupada's permission, I quit my job and I went to Buffalo. But I understood that college students were an up step from the streets of the East Village. The college preaching really moved our movement into another dimension. Because these people, these students were going to school for an education. They were concentrating on their livelihood, their future, and they were committed to being responsible, at least that much. And we needed that kind of manpower.
You're saying you were the first householder in ISKCON?
No, I wasn't the first householder. Srila Prabhupada initiated Mukunda and I forget her name.
Janaki.
Yeah, he said, now you must be married. So they were married and they joined before I did. But when I joined, I had a son. That's called a family, a wife and a son. So I was the first family to join.
Okay, nice.
It's no big deal, but I mean, that's what it was. I had a job, I was responsible. I was trying to take care of a family.
Now, how did you first meet Prabhupada or the devotees? Did you see them doing a Harinam? Did you walk by 26 Second Avenue? What was your first contact?
So look, are we doing the video now that we're supposed to?
That's the thing, Gaura.
I'm just doing one for me.
Look, the whole question is, are we doing this for you? Or are we doing this for a lot of devotees that you think want to know the same thing? If we're doing it for you, I'm going to stop.
No, we're doing it for everybody.
Yes, so therefore I'll save it.
Okay.
Good.
I can tell it a million times, but I don't often. But I'm not going to answer that question now because it'll be
okay.
Thank you, Prabhu, for understanding that. That's amazing what you just said. I appreciate that.
I mean, my problem is that whatever, just like that essay I wrote, I sent you that essay. The essay was entitled "A Look at the Big Picture of the World Today."
Yep.
I wrote that for devotees to understand what the heck's going on. We have to understand things from Srila Prabhupada's perspective. But I'm not going to answer that question now because it'll be
okay.
Thank you, Prabhu, for understanding that. That's amazing what you just said.
So Srila Prabhupada said once, he said, we must see things from Krishna's. My problem is that whatever, just like that essay I wrote, I sent you that essay, that essay was entitled.
Gaura. You have to mute that.
I got it under control. Yeah. God, please continue, Rupanuga Prabhu.
All right. So, let's see where I was thinking. Oh, no, I lost my train of thought. What did I say? What was I saying?
You were saying that you were the first family in ISKCON.
Yeah, I said that. Okay. So then what?
No, you're talking about how confusing it is.
Oh. Like I was talking about the essay I wrote. I
Right.
wrote the essay for a purpose, to focus the devotee community on what's happening, why it's happening. Why it's happening. This is important. We have to know why things go. Because Srila Prabhupada said, we have to see things from Krishna's perspective. Now, nobody knows Krishna's perspective better than Srila Prabhupada, which means we have to see things from his perspective in order to understand Krishna's perspective, right? So I wrote this essay from Srila Prabhupada's and Krishna's perspective with no speculation here. It was just straight from their perspective, which we can do because they show us what their perspective is. Okay, we don't have to speculate.
I can actually call that up right at this very second here.
I can read it. I can read it to you.
Here it is for everybody to see. Do you see it? I've got it on the screen here.
Yeah. According to Srila Prabhupada, is where it starts. According to Srila Prabhupada Vani, you see, this is important. This is very important because what happened at the time of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance was that the GBC was supposed to guide a grieving society from dependence on Srila Prabhupada Vapu and Srila Prabhupada Vani to Srila Prabhupada Vani alone. He always said that Vani was more important than Vapu. So they should have led the society in its deep grief from the Vapu dependence to the Vani dependence. Because Srila Prabhupada never went anywhere. All he did was transform himself into his Vani. All the potency Srila Prabhupada had was all transferred into his instructions. He's living in his instructions. He never went anywhere. He's in his pictures, he's in his deities, he's in his books, and especially he's in his lectures because they're not in any way interpolated. They are direct. Srila Prabhupada direct. So at the beginning of this essay, you left the first line out. According to Srila Prabhupada Vani. See, we have to take shelter of Srila Prabhupada Vani to know what's going on. According to that, at present, this world is being managed by the Rakshasas. That's a big statement. The Rakshasas are man-eaters who eat their own sons. And, quote, at present, especially on this planet, the influence of Lord Brahma has decreased considerably. And the representatives of Hiranyakashipu, the Rakshasas and demons, have taken charge. Therefore, there's no protection of Brahminical culture in cows, which are the basic prerequisites for all kinds of good fortune. This age is very dangerous because society is being managed by demons and Rakshasas. That's big.
Yeah.
That explains so much right there. Can you expect? And then I go on, I say, years ago, well, I can skip the next paragraph. Well, I'll read it anyway. Years ago in college student days, having read the popular underground book entitled None Dare Call It Conspiracy, which in essence indicated that the world was being controlled and manipulated by a few extremely wealthy and powerful families, and having later read the above quote in Srila Prabhupada's Raja Vidya, two devotees approached Srila Prabhupada in 1974 at his quarters in Mayapur Dham. And some of the names mentioned in None Dare Call It Conspiracy were still very much influential in the world. And he was asked if these were the Rakshasas he was referring to, and Srila Prabhupada replied, yes. So I'll tell you what happened after that. So I said to Srila Prabhupada, what do we do? How do we approach them? What can we do about it? He said, preach to them. So I'm thinking, and Balavan is sitting next to me, he's thinking, well, how in the world are we going to, approach them? How here we are, 1974, okay? So Srila Prabhupada could see that we were confused. So he said, anyway, the power is in the people. That I didn't print here. The power is in the people. Now, what power is he talking about? He's talking about the power of resistance, which we see being ignored. And he's talking about the dormant Krishna consciousness in their hearts. That's their real power. And we're the only ones who know how to ignite that. We're the only ones who know how to bring that power out. And that is Harinam. We go on. The Rakshasas are not passive. Their well-loved matrix of infrastructure of control covers the whole planet. And their minions are involved in every aspect of modern societies and nations, including political, scientific, legal, educational, economic, military, and so on, endeavors all around the world. An international, very deep state. Absolute control, mastership over whatever they survey is the goal of the Rakshasa agenda at any cost. And their seemingly unlimited financial strength is a means to that end. Quote, now great regimes have been created to smash so many people for the satisfaction of the Rakshas's senses. Page 41 of Rajavidya. That's what war is about. And this smashing is coming in so many ways besides war, and it will come to that also if what's described below continues. The current global chaos is being revealed or unfolded as an epic story of karma and the laws of material nature. Since the time of Lord Buddha 2,600 years ago, who appeared primarily to stop ahimsa, cow killing in an India much greater in size than today, those slaughterhouses have now covered the globe. In addition, facilities have been constructed for billions of innocent land animals and sea creatures to be slaughtered annually. Over the centuries, the world has become a killing field. The free will of human beings has brought all this about simply for the satisfaction of the human tongue. The propaganda that one must eat meat or flesh, including fish and eggs, in order to be strong and healthy, is contradicted in nature. The strongest animals on earth, namely the gorilla, the elephant, the hippopotamus, and the giraffe, are all vegetarians. One video I saw demonstrated how a giraffe easily kicked a pursuing lion high in the air.
Wow.
The killing fields includes human abortions. It may be uncertain which of the many human abortions are abortions of those who themselves caused abortions in the past, like parents or surgeons who are getting their just karma.
Ooh.
In any case, Srila Prabhupada comments in LA 52672 that, quote, one chance, given that it will get a body and come out and may be able to come to Krishna consciousness, that opportunity is lost. He's being killed within the womb. Undoubtedly, much karma is coming upon the people of the world for the millions upon millions of abortions each year. 43 million abortions last year.
Wow.
And those are recorded surgical abortions. That didn't count the morning after pill or any kind of mechanical means or chemical means. So it's probably much, much larger than that. Okay, next paragraph. Oh, I want to make a point here. Srila Prabhupada, knowing that, and he's saying before that many people are getting aborted because they aborted people in the past, he didn't take that into consideration. What he's saying here is that everyone has the right to be born, so they have a chance, even those people who committed this sin before themselves, so that they have a chance also of being able to be devotees.
And
Another
if I may
thing
add,
is certain.
Rupanuga, if I may add, I was reading in Prabhupada's conversations, it was quite an eye-opener. He was saying that those who eat their mother, who eat the cow, in the next life, their karma is that they will be killed by their own mother as an abortion. That's the karma. Yeah.
The karma has to be there. It's rolled out on a global level right now. Let me go on. Another thing is certain. The dairy cows and all the other animals and sea creatures being slaughtered every moment are innocent. It is not their karma. Dairy cows are meant to take birth in the next life as human beings in the mode of goodness. In Vedic culture, the cow and bull are considered one's mother and father. And as Lord Chaitanya criticized the Kazi, what is this religion that allows killing of the father and mother? In a real sense, is not killing and eating such a father and a mother another cannibalism? Next paragraph, so much free will killing of children and innocent creatures has not been sanctioned. What to speak of the many offenses to Mother Nature in the name of progress and industrialization? It's over. The karmic payback is here. The modes of material nature rule, and as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Devotees are in the karma and vikarma world, but not of it. During a lecture in Hawaii, January 23rd, 74, Srila Prabhupada explained, quote, trying to avoid offenses, that is namabas. Namabas means not actually pure name, but almost pure. In namabas stage, not pure, marginal, between pure and offensive, there is mukti. You become mukta, liberated from material bondage. End quote. This means beyond the control of the karmas which control the general population and pseudo devotees. Next paragraph. He goes on to explain that such a sincere chanter, although sometimes a little mechanical by force, still he is not a show bottle. This means that such a devotee is beyond the pale of the present karmic interactions, actors, and demands. He or she must use intelligence regarding one's own health. As Srila Prabhupada once said, quote, the duration of life is our most precious possession. Paragraph. Since the Rakshasas are in control according to Srila Prabhupada, therefore anything being promoted by those in charge of communications or programs as being for the greater good, well-being, or benefit of anyone should simply be seen as, as the opposite of the truth. The Rakshasas identified by his divine grace are cannibals, eating their own sons and doubtless the sons of others when they ran out of their own. Policies implemented by these predators and their followers must be ignored as conspiracies and circumvented. Research concerning the truthfulness or falsities of circumstances surrounding COVID-19 is correct if it leads to exposure of the sinister agenda of the Rakshasas. In other words, if the sinister agenda of the Rakshasas' operating principle is behind everything, according to Srila Prabhupada, then the worldwide implementation of the inoculations is sinister, since nothing that extensive could be beyond the Rakshasas' control. Common sense. Therefore, devotees are beyond any proposed universal obligation to accept inoculations. Never mind the claims of politicians and professionals who insist otherwise, because they are leaders blind to the messages of Srila Prabhupada intended for everyone's benefit. And devotees advising against this explanation should be avoided. The Rakshasas and their minions. Stop.
GBC.
No, I'm just saying I like your strong words that such devotees should be avoided.
Yes. The final paragraph, and then I'm finished.
Please continue.
The Rakshasas and their minions believe this is a very important to understand. This is the point. The Rakshasas and their minions believe they are in control, but actually they are themselves under the control of the modes of material nature. They are behaving as expected and simultaneously acting as delivery systems for global karma.
Wow.
In effect, there is a cleansing process going on worldwide to prepare or clear the path for Lord Chaitanya's movement in this year 535, Garubda, the Golden Age. At the same time, there is a, quote, boiling of the milk going forward within that movement, a boiling which Srila Prabhupada began prior to his disappearance. As long as the slaughterhouses remain open, the cleansing and culling of the general population will continue. The boiling of the milk will also continue as needed. Hare Krishna, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, the world Acharya.
Jai.
Fantastic.
This should be read by every
Wonderful.
devotee.
Yeah,
Every devotee in ISKCON and out. because it explains everything, all from Srila Prabhupada's point of view. And this is what makes Srila Prabhupada the world Acharya. This is what makes him the world Acharya. He's the only one who has been preaching Achinta Bheda Bheda Tattva all over the planet. Achinta Bheda Bheda Tattva is the highest possible understanding of God, relationship with God, possible by the human mind. And there's nobody who has been preaching that but Srila Prabhupada. The closest thing is Ramanuja Acharya, is unity and diversity. But Achinta Bheda Bheda Tattva was preached by Lord Chaitanya, the Supreme Lord himself. And Srila Prabhupada is the only person who has preached that all over the world. He delivered 250 lectures on the 1972 Milan Gita around the world in 37 cities in 14 countries. Nobody can replicate that. He is the embodiment of the teachings of Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur and Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He included their teachings in his purports. There's no other need to go for outside instruction in Srila Prabhupada's books. It's all there because he's fully Srila Prabhupada Vani, fully. Devotees have to realize that, and they have to take shelter of his books, and more than that, they have to take shelter of his lectures. He said that the sound vibration, it was originally all Shruti anyway, is very important. And that's direct association with Srila Prabhupada. And that's what the world needs. These icons of Einstein and who else? Oh, and those communists, there's who are they? Einstein, and there's Gandhi, and there's
Martin Luther King.
Well, no, the communists.
Oh, communists.
Marx and Lenin. These are the world icons. They have to be replaced by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada has to replace these materialistic icons. He has to become known as the world Acharya. As he said, the Bhagavad Gita is not part of the Vedas. It is universal. And Srila Prabhupada is a universal creature. He's the only non-sectarian speaker on this planet. He has to be recognized, and that is our duty as his disciples and followers. Disciples' duty is, first of all, to spread his teachings. Purely, unadulterated, uninterpolated, unalloyed, with enthusiasm, conviction, determination. That is our duty. And that hasn't changed. So we can be locked up in this all kinds of debate and controversy. And let me explain where controversy comes from. What creates controversy? When an instruction or an order of Srila Prabhupada is ignored, which is one of the offenses to the holy name, Mahaparad, or contravened, or superseded, or interpolated, instantly a controversy is created. That's where they come from. And right now, the devotees are swimming in a sea of controversies.
Yes.
Fall or not fall, flat or not flat.
Edit or not edit.
Edit or not edit. That's the biggest one. The controversies are just...
And also jab or not jab.
Right. You name it. There's a million of controversies. But the most important controversy is having around the books, because the books are the Vani. The books are the instructions. And also, just to guard against editing, we have the lectures recorded. That's very important, because that's association with Srila Prabhupada, especially for new people. It's very important they have a lot of association with Srila Prabhupada. And I can tell you this. I sat in front of Srila Prabhupada in that storefront every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 o'clock, and every morning for Bhagavatam class. And I can tell you with full, firm, truthful conviction that sitting in front of him on that storefront is no different from my sitting in front of my CD player with my eyes closed. There's absolutely no difference whatsoever.
Right.
He's totally there in sound. He's totally in his Vani. Srila Prabhupada Vani. It's absolute.
Just move your camera down a tiny bit because we're getting everything from your, yeah.
This way?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Ah,
Perfect.
Okay,
Perfect.
sorry, like I told you, I'm a nitwit about computers.
No, very good. So non-diff. So yes. So what we're hearing from Prabhupada's lectures, it's the same as being in front of Prabhupada at 26 Second Avenue.
Exactly. Absolutely. I can attest to it because I've done both. I've done both.
I also feel though when I read Prabhupada's books, like I'm reading Bhagavatam right now, and I can hear his voice while I'm reading.
Well, that's a blessing for you because you're new compared to me. So let me tell you, let me make a quote from Lord Jesus Christ, who was a Shaktavesh avatar, so I can quote him. He told his followers once, he said, "Blessed are you who believe in my words because you can see me. More blessed but more blessed than you are those in the future who believe in my words without seeing me."
Ah,
The same thing applies to Srila Prabhupada and his books. One doesn't have to see Srila Prabhupada in person. He's there in the books too, and you're right. I'm not saying the books are unimportant. I'm just repeating what he said. In fact, I have it here written down somewhere. I don't have much faith in storing things in computers, so I keep 5x7 index cards, which I sort of like write things on.
Prabhupada said that the way to remember things in Kali Yuga is to write them down.
Yes. Let's see, something about hearing. I had written. I put. Oh, here it is. Here it is. He said, this is Srila Prabhupada speaking in a lecture in LA in November 68. He says, reading or hearing. You may not have time to read, but try to read. If you have no time, you are hearing. We are publishing literature, books. I am trying to speak to you. That is also understanding, studying Krishna science. Rather, hearing is better reception. If you hear, therefore, Vedas are known as Shruti. Shruti means it is received through hearing, real progressive hearing. That in this age, Kali Yuga, people cannot study so much. So he was emphasizing hearing here. That's what I'm emphasizing. I'm not saying that books are not important at all. He said, my books are recorded. He said, my books are recorded hearing. So that's the same. Well, I'm just pointing out that there is a dimension to hearing Srila Prabhupada. That's an addition. You can feel his presence when you read, that's true. But hearing his presence is another addition. I'm pointing it out, especially for new people, because it is questionable as some of these books. Let me
Yes, Rupanuga Prabhu, I'd like to attest to it. When you were our GBC back in 77 in Ottawa, you brought us reel-to-reel tapes. We made cassettes from them. And even this was even before the Bhaktivedanta archives got some of those 1966 tapes. And you hear Prabhupada speaking, his voice is cracking with emotion. His voice cracks. He's so fired up.
Yeah, he's very emphatic. Srila Prabhupada is a very emphatic preacher. And that's what they do with the Gita and other books. They remove emphasizing on the plea of redundancy, you see. So let me show you here. One second. Okay. Here we are. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. This is the original, and this is a paltry imitation. In this one over here, they've taken out 46 of the planings. Okay,
I
they've
know.
even taken out the disciplic succession, and they have put in a picture of a cow being murdered. Okay, Srila Prabhupada told Ray Rama, who was the first editor of BTG, when he wanted to do a story on butchery, he said, "Don't you include a picture of a cow being murdered, you will spoil the whole thing."
Mm.
What they've done is they put this picture, this complete concoction of a man with a cow's head and a cow with a man's head, which is not anywhere in Shastra, and they spoiled the book. And they made dioramas out of it. So the quality of the paper, the appearance of the book, and all the reviews they've included in the original book were included in this other book as if it was also authorized. All those positive reviews that came in from so many different experts in various fields of academia, politicians, Sanskrit scholars, psychologists, sociologists, all of them like Srila Prabhupada's book. And they printed all those in their revised book as if that was approving this book, but it wasn't. It was for this book. So you see, you can't compare them. The KBI's edition is so beautiful, and the paper is so good, and all the color pictures are there.
Now allegedly the BBT is now publishing that original 72 version.
Not many. They have published some of it out of demand. Actually, the person who really did the work was Bhima Prabhu in India. In India, they've been publishing the original for decades.
Uh-huh.
So when they published 200,000 of them a few years ago, BBT bought some or took some. They keep that as a as sort of like a placation, placate the people who object. They don't sell many of them. They don't encourage them to be sold either.
Oh,
They're just there.
A memento.
They're just there.
Can I share something with you, Prabhu?
They have thousands of unpaid free book distributors all over the planet that are distributing their revised books. They don't care. Initially, they wanted the book to go out of print.
Right.
And
No, they've even made it illegal at some temples. If you have that original Bhagavad Gita, it's banned.
Well,
you can't give class from the original.
No, I don't give class. I've been in last year now since 2014. Before that, I was here from '89 to 2003, and I never gave a class because my books are banned. My books are banned. The books I've been reading now since '72 are banned. So I'm banned. If they're going to ban Srila Prabhupada, they're banning me.
Lochanananda Prabhu at the New York Temple on Hoyt and Skirmerhorn, are you allowed to give a Bhagavad Gita class from the original Gita?
I wouldn't have it any other way. In fact, I had a disciple. His name was Krishna Seva. And when he saw that the second chapter, verse 13, had been changed in the edited edition, it says a sober person is not bewildered by the change of body. Whereas in the original, it says a self-realized soul is not bewildered by the change of body. He said he will never again pick up the edited edition. And he asked me for an original copy of the Gita, which I gave to him. And that was one of the reasons that the local board of council directors would not allow me to perform further initiations because of that incident.
Well, you see, this is a perfect example. When all these gurus and all the GBC and all their assistants and all these temple presidents, they should be up in arms. All of them who are disciples of Srila Prabhupada should have been protesting this book change thing all along instead of going along with it. See, that's the way I judge people. When I want to have someone in my home, they have to pass two examinations. One, Do you accept Srila Prabhupada as your highest spiritual authority in your life? 2, do you object to the interpolations of his books? And if they say no to either one of them, they're not welcome.
I can appreciate that. I totally agree, actually. And, you know, now I have this also, this copy of the Gita, and I read from that when I read Gita. But, you know, I just wanted to say, like, when I was just joining, like the first year that I was starting to chant, you know, you go through the struggles of realizing what it all means, you know. And I had basically like broken up with my girlfriend and given up different things and associations, and I was sitting there just so frustrated, you know, like frustrated at devotees for tricking me and frustrated at myself. And then, you know, what do? I picked up the Gita, and I had the, you know, the modern version of the Gita, and I just opened it up, you know, just out of despair. And I opened it up. What do I read? Dhyayato Vishayan Pumsa Sangasti Shupajayati, etc. So just right there, you know, I opened the Gita, and it taught me exactly, it showed me exactly what I needed to hear. And that day changed my life, you know, be it from an old version, a new version, like that moment that I read that verse, you know, one who contemplates the objects of senses, and then the whole cycle starts from there. I was like, wow, this is exactly where I am right now. And that moment changed my life. So I have to attest to that, you know, although I agree with everything has been said. Prabhupada changed my life with that verse. He shared that verse at the perfect moment for me.
It's not that some things Srila Prabhupada translated don't get through. It's not that. It's the principle behind it all of changing in the first place. As he remarked to Jayadutta one time, he said, how can I be making mistakes? I'm simply preaching. See, Srila Prabhupada he didn't have the 4 defects, imperfect senses. He didn't have those 4 defects, and it's taking a while for us to realize it. He's infallible. What he gave us was infallible knowledge. And if he was doubtful about something, he would say so. If he says he heard it from somebody else, he would say that. You might check into it. But if he said like a simple thing like feed a cold and starve a fever, that made it absolute. If he said take a little bit of ginger in the morning and it'll help your digestion the whole day, that's absolute. Right? So you turn to the right verse. But suppose you turn to the one that had the cow being murdered. Suppose you turn to that one. The Lord in the heart is in your heart, and he guided you to which verse? He's the one who opened it for you. But suppose another person had turned to the one with the cow being murdered.
You know, the ISKCON artist Bharadwaj, I asked him about that painting where the man has like a bull's head and he's cutting the cow's head, which looks human. I said, did Prabhupada ever see that? He said, no, absolutely not.
Huh.
And he said, I wouldn't use that painting to depict hell. That's how disgusting he thought it was.
I heard that painting was done by Puerto Prabhu, and that his parents cut him out of their will when they saw that painting. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I heard.
There's a devotee who had that painting tattooed on his body permanently. Prabhupada used to screen every painting. And I don't know if anyone screened that one before it came out, plus the diorama that you mentioned. How do you preach from that? What do you preach?
Who knows? He did know the paintings because he did review them. However, some paintings did get by. Like this one I just saw the other day, I forget where it was. There's a picture of Garbhodakshay Vishnu and Lord Brahma. And Lord Brahma's perspective is above, looking down. And Srila Prabhupada says you never portray someone above Krishna. When he saw that painting, but somehow or another, it still got in the book. See, so some things got by Srila Prabhupada because he couldn't supervise everything all the time. That's why he had appointed leaders and managers.
Well, those managers are not doing a very good job of screening anything.
They should screen themselves.
You know, in the Bhagavad Gita, there are about, 500 verses, more than 500 verses that have some changes made, including the very first verse of the Gita. And I brought this to the attention of Jayadvaita Maharaj, who's actually a friend of mine from when I first came to New York in 1972. I met him then. And I said, why is there no annotation for any of the changes that were made? 5,000? He said, if we were to put a footnote or to annotate every change, it would add 300 pages to the book. Just to give you
ask him why, from 1972 to 77, when he was reading the book, he was giving classes on the book, and he was also writing essays based on the book. And he was an editor also. And ask him why he didn't come to Srila Prabhupada with a handful of changes. He and all the other editors, all the people all over the world who were reading and studying and writing papers based on that Bhagavad Gita, never anyone came forward with even a handful of suggested changes to Srila Prabhupada? Why they waited for 6 years after his disappearance? What is the explanation? Okay, and all these reviewers who liked the book, nobody made a comment of even a humble little suggestion. All these years, he delivered 250 lectures on that book around the world. And where was the commentary from anybody suggest a single change? Give me one example.
I brought this to him. I said to him, we know that many scholars appreciated Srila Prabhupada's original Bhagavad Gita and gave testimony to their authoritativeness. I said, how many scholars, academicians, professors have written to you to praise the revisions that you made? He said, not one. Not one.
That's because people take that book on face value as being approved by Srila Prabhupada. That's why they put all those reviews in that book. They don't belong in that book. They weren't about that book. They're about the 72 Gita, not the 83. Right. In fact, most of those people are passed away by 83.
Yeah. Oh my God, get that off the screen. I brought that up to the whoever was printing the Back to Godhead magazine, because they had a comment made by Shalagram Shukla, who was a professor, I believe, at George Washington University.
Yeah, Georgetown
University.
Yes.
And he was praising the Bhagavad Gita. They put that quotation in the Back to Godhead magazine to advertise the revised edition of the Gita.
Right.
And I said, you cannot do that, because that's not. And I actually tried to contact Shalagram Shukla over that.
I did too.
Know.
I did too. I sent him a copy of the revised version, but I got no comment because he was an older man. I think he was pretty much retired. He wrote the most beautiful review of all.
He really did. Prabhupada was praised by so many scholars. Unbelievable.
But aside from that, he wasn't looking for their authorization. He didn't need anybody's authorization. What he was looking for was authentication, and he got it. He got authentication. Their business was not to be critics. Their business was not to make any offering. But his disciples are a different story. They were preaching from that book, reading from the, memorizing the verses, giving classes, going to engagements, quoting from that book from 1972 until 77. And not a single soul came forward with even a handful of suggestions for changes. Why is that? And that includes the editorial staff, includes Jayadeva himself, who was writing, speaking, lecturing. Where? Oh, so the Planet of the Trees, big deal. That's practically like a typo. It's a transcription error. It's not important, really. It's anything. Srila Prabhupada would expect that to be changed. They cite that all the time. Another verse about churning the sea or something. They cite that one too. These are almost like typos, you know. But when Srila Prabhupada was an emphatic preacher, he gave so much strength and emphasis to many things, and they call that redundancy. Because wherever there's an emphasis about something, I noticed that they reduce it, the power. You see, Srila Prabhupada was an emphatic preacher. You listen to his life, he's not very passive. He's strong, he's loud, and he's convincing. You see. So they lost the voice. It was Srila Prabhupada's conviction that convinced us. We had nothing. Srila Prabhupada was our worshipable deity sitting up on that dais. We didn't even know what Krishna looked like. We didn't know who Krishna was. But Srila Prabhupada was our worshipable deity. And he gave us the truth. He convinced us by, he convinced us by his conviction.
Yeah. Prabhupada never asked for the Bhagavad Gita to be re-edited. That we know for sure. When in 1976, there was a plan to print the Bhagavad Gita 1.5 million copies. If he wanted something changed, wouldn't he have done that before that size printing? It took 76 railroad cars to transport the paper to print that many books.
It was a first in the industry. It never had been done before. One book published that many volumes in one edition. Kingston Press. And they had a big meeting about it. It was a big, it was a big interview. The media was all there. It was a big deal. A million copies.
Did you ever hear Srila Prabhupada speak about the principle of arsha prayoga?
Yes.
He said that to honor the Acharya, even if you find something that you consider to be a mistake, you don't change it. In this way, the Acharya is honored. They did the exact opposite, which means they dishonored him. They made him diminutive, like a conditioned soul, practically.
That's because they considered that he could make mistakes. Because they're conditioned souls and they make mistakes. So they see things. They see things from their point of view. The fact of the matter is, a person on Srila Prabhupada's level doesn't make mistakes. That point is that verse is saying it appears to be. It may seem to be, but it's really not. It's like Srila Prabhupada said, how can I make mistakes? I'm just preaching. You see, but they're thinking grammatically. This is the whole thing. There were 600 Gitas before Srila Prabhupada. What happened? Nobody could decipher or decode the deeper meaning of the Sanskrit, and they just spent their whole time on the Sanskrit level and had to speculate because they couldn't understand. They couldn't do anything better because they couldn't get to the meaning. So therefore, all those 600 Gitas had no effect. When Srila Prabhupada came out, it had effect because it was deciphered, it was decoded, it was explained in the purports. But these other people didn't have that power because they weren't in the disciplic succession. They were not authorized. So it simply gave speculations. And nobody became a devotee of Krishna.
Mhm.
Didn't Srila Prabhupada use Dr. Radha Krishnan's translations before he completed his
Yeah,
work?
we when we were in the storefront, we used Dr. Radhakrishna's book. We didn't have Srila Prabhupada's book. He was working on it. But he told us, don't read the purports.
Right.
Because it was all his purport. He said that the Sanskrit translation weren't that bad. He told that to Harigriva to hurry up the process. Just use Radha or use somebody. Harigriva said, oh, this is be plagiarizing. We can't do that. Srila Prabhupada says, you can't plagiarize what Krishna says.
Mhm.
So, we used Dr. Radhakrishna's, but I still have a copy. But he said, don't, it could naturally. I had to look at something purport. And that was the purport where Srila Prabhupada later on talks about that Radhakrishna wrote about. It's not to Krishna, but to the within Krishna that you're
The unborn.
the unborn, just like we are. See, it's like making Krishna one of us.
Hmm.
Mhm.
In my case, when I was 17 years old, I asked my music teacher at St. John's High, I'm just trying to understand what the purpose in life is. I want to be a recording engineer. They're telling me I have to study biology, 3 sciences, I have to chop frogs. I don't want to do that. I'm so frustrated. He said, you come to my house, I have something for you. And he gave me, amongst Siddhartha and The Art of Loving, The Art of Dying by Eric Fromm, he gave me a penguin, a little pocketbook, penguin classic version of Bhagavad Gita by some Spanish translator. And it had no purports, but there was enough Bhagavad Gita in there that it was like it gave me a little bit of it was like a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre, so to speak, a
Right.
little something, which got me interested. So when I got Prabhupada's big Macmillan one, I was like, wow, this is the real Bhagavad Gita. So little something was there.
There was one phrase that was redacted. It was removed from the Gita. The rod of chastisement. It's not there anymore. It's gone.
Really?
Yeah, it's gone.
Let me tell you, the one thing we understood from the get-go was we could not offend Swamiji. If we offended Swamiji, we were finished. We understood that he was a bona fide representative of Krishna, and we had to respect him. And one of the first things I learned was not to speculate on the mind of the Acharya.
Hmm.
That was considered an offense. So we were very careful. I mean, at least the devotees I knew there, we were aware that we had to be very careful not to offend Srila Prabhupada. I mean, that was in the back of our minds. We always were respectful to him. And we didn't have a deity. We didn't have books. We didn't have so many things that everybody takes for granted when they join the movement. Temples and farm projects and books and a whole protocol, so many things.
Srila Prabhupada was your everything.
Yes. We didn't even have bead bags. My first bead bag was a money bag from the money bag factory across the street. A blue denim money bag, just big enough to hold the beads. But it worked fine. I could wrap the ribbon around my wrist. I could stick my finger through the hole where the ribbon came through. And I used it for a bead bag. Because you can imagine how difficult it was to chant on a set of beads 7 feet long around your neck.
Was that those big red beads from the
right.
hobby store?
That's right.
You made your own, right? You made.
Oh yeah, it took me 4.5 hours.
That's hardcore. Hardcore making your own japa beads.
But I stringed them with nylon cord, and they lasted for many years.
Don't have them anymore.
I have them. I chant on them every day.
Well, show them to us.
You want to see them?
Yeah.
Do you want to see them really?
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Wait a minute, I have to get them.
We'll wait right here.
Hey, Ramanath Sukha, so happy you could come, Prabhu. I see you came down
I'm
from
glad
the
to
higher,
be here. I'm a little tired, but yeah, I'm glad
I
to be here.
see you've come down from the higher planetary system again from
No,
Swargalok.
I'm still floating.
You got me floating round and round. Do you remember Raman? Do you remember Rupanuga Prabhu from the good old days?
Oh yeah.
Where did you
I don't
first?
know if he remembers me.
Where do you remember Rupanuga Prabhu from?
Atlanta Temple, 1973.
This is
He
Ramanath
was
Sukha.
a sannyasi.
He was
He knew
Pujari.
you were sannyasi in GBC Atlanta, along with Balavanta was the TP of Atlanta. I was just a new devotee.
This is
I
Ramanath
don't think you
Sukha
remember
Prabhu.
me.
He's serving in the UK, but I first met him in Philadelphia when he was cooking at Govinda's restaurant on South Street.
Let's see those beads.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Drum roll. Brrrr.
Can we focus in on them?
Stop talking. You start talking, Rupanuga, and then we'll get you. Your voice will make your picture bigger.
Okay.
Hare
Yeah,
Krishna.
here
Hare.
we are.
Wow.
And all the devotees had beads like that, right? Were they all red or some were blue?
Some are blue, some are green.
Cool.
7 feet of beads.
7
Oh,
feet. Wow.
God.
That's a lot of beads to fit into a money bag.
That's right.
That's the real money. That's the real cash right there. That's the real gold.
I still can't find bead bags big enough.
We have to find someone who can sew them. Big one for you. Custom made in Vrindavan.
There was a letter that Prabhupada wrote to Jayadvaita Swami that when Jayadvaita Swami had suggested a change be made in a verse in chapter 12 of the Gita. And Prabhupada wrote back and said it is not necessary to make any changes in that verse.
It was
So,
a purport. It was a purport mainly. And he did the changes.
purport, right, yeah.
He made the changes anyway.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Later on?
No, and there's 83.
Yeah, right.
He made the changes for the 83 version. Even though Srila Prabhupada told him not to.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Oh.
what you said.
Wow.
Guru Aparad.
And my
Ouch.
wife did a essay. It was called The Hidden Co-Authors, in which this is back in
Oh,
75 or so, in which she showed that verse and purport. You see what he did. Sometimes Srila Prabhupada would say the regulative principles of bhakti, of yoga, of devotional service. He wasn't talking about the 4 regs.
Mhm.
He was talking about the whole thing. And Jayadvaita wanted to make the correction, see, based on his understanding, that when Srila Prabhupada talked about regulative principles, he was always talking about 4 regulative. But no, often he was talking about the devotional principles or the regulative principles of devotion, including all of it, Mangal Artik, and kirtans, and everything. One's a general statement and one is a specific statement about the 4 regulative principles. So I think that was a confusion there. He was trying to read Srila Prabhupada. He was trying to understand Srila Prabhupada. In other words, speculating on the mind of Acharya. You can't do that.
Prabhu, I appreciated so much when you said Prabhupada's books contain everything because he quotes the Acharyas in his book. So there's no need to go read other books. This is interesting to me because I see a lot of senior devotees like reading different books written by different people. And to me as a younger person, it's telling me that, oh, well, Prabhupada's books contain everything in theory, but we still like to go read other books. But hearing you say that, it inspires me, because I also think that Prabhupada said everything and you can't necessarily get something more elsewhere. But yeah, maybe you could...
I'll explain that a little further.
Yeah, please.
Srila Prabhupada said, I'm looking for my card here. Sometimes I file them in the wrong place. What he said was, You cannot understand my spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta, by reading books. He said, you have to go through me. He said the same thing about Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And I was just trying to find it. I'll find it for later, but he said the same thing. And he said in that comment, there's no need to go to any outside. Oh, that's it. Okay, hold on. It's filed under O. Outside instruction. That's what you're asking.
Right.
So this parampara system, you cannot imagine what my spiritual master said, or even if you read some books, you cannot understand unless you understand from me. You cannot jump over to the superior guru, neglecting the next Acharya. In other words, you can't jump over me and go to a previous Acharya. Here we are again. That was from a lecture transcribed personally, but unfortunately I lost the location. But this one I didn't. This one's a letter, 12/25/73, to Guru Kripa and Yasodhananda. Whatever is to be learned of the teaching of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur can be learned from our books. There is no need whatsoever for any outside instruction. And he's talking about previous acharyas here. Outside instruction. So that's why I made the point that Srila Prabhupada included what we needed to know about the previous acharyas in his purports. He gave us the essence. His purports are the essence of the parampara teaching. That we have to understand. He's the last great acharya in our line. And his books are the law books for the next 9,500 years. So we don't need another acharya. We've got it. Okay. When these devotees, and I'll say it, these devotees who are going and acting scholarly in such a way, they're simply trying to have some distinction. Profit, adoration, and distinction are subtle manifestations of sex, gross sex. And this idea of looking for profit, adoration, and distinction is subtle sex life. And when devotees try to be distinct by quoting something that nobody ever heard before, or from a book that nobody ever read, or especially from a previous acharya like Bhaktivinoda Thakur or Bhaktisiddhanta, and they're doing that. Why? Because they don't know Srila Prabhupada's books, or they want to appear to be special, that I've got some special knowledge. I've got something I can reveal to you that Srila Prabhupada didn't. And there's some people that say that Srila Prabhupada didn't teach us the higher Raghunagara principles because we weren't ready for it. But that's nonsense. Anybody who reads Chaitanya Charitamrita or Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Nectar Devotion, gets all the internal realizations. It's all there in print. In 1966, one time Srila Prabhupada came down for Bhagavatam class. And he said, this morning, we're going to speak from Chaitanya Charitamrita. He was writing Chaitanya Charitamrita at that time, and he brought down some of the work he'd been doing to speak to us. And when he was finished, he asked what we thought about it. He said, Brahmananda, what do you think? The Brahmananda didn't say anything. He looked at me, he said, Rupanuga, what do you think? I had to say something. So I said, Srila Prabhupada, or Swamiji, I am surprised that you're reading to us or teaching to us from Chaitanya Charitamrita, which you said was a postgraduate study of our movement, where we're just off the street. That was my comment. And those lectures that he gave the next week were all included in the introduction, I believe. So Srila Prabhupada gave us the nectar from the beginning. Even though we are still wet behind the ears, he came and he preached right from Chaitanya Charitamrita, of course.
Rupanuga Prabhu, I've noticed that some of those early lectures 66, 67, 68. Yeah, Prabhupada was getting into some extremely esoteric topics.
Absolutely.
Those early lectures.
Mhm.
But then he kind of toned it down as if he was realizing that it was too much for the earlier devotees. Or I don't know, I'm speculating, but I know some of those early lectures, he was going right into the essential material of Chaitanya Charitamrita, very elevated topics.
Yes, even before the Gita was published. Okay.
Yes.
So, but then, like you said, in the beginning, we were lenient, but then we have to become more strict. So he began to explain to us that there was a hierarchy. First, Bhagavad Gita, second, Bhagavatam, next, Chaitanya Charitamrita. But
Now,
those days,
I wanted to ask you a question, because in Chaitanya Charitamrita, there are some verses where he concludes saying, for more information, you go to such and such work by the Goswamis. But he didn't translate those books, but he said you can research more by going to the Goswami literature. So it wasn't like he was
well, let me
giving us
clarify.
permission to jump over his authority, but he was saying that the Goswamis are also fair game, so to speak, in terms of
No.
understanding consciousness.
Listen. Back in May 27th or 28th, 77, we had our last GBC meeting with Srila Prabhupada. And also because GBC members are also BBT members, there was a BBT discussion. And one of the questions they asked was, can we translate the writings of previous acharyas after you've departed? Can we, he said, you have to be very realized to do that. I don't think we have anyone who is qualified. So this is.
What about Sri Brihad Bhagavatamrita by what's his name?
Gopi
Paranadhana Prabhu.
Yeah.
And you know, it's
You can say
amazing
that.
work by Sanatana Goswami that Prabhupada never had a chance to translate or comment on.
I don't want to get into these controversies, but I can just say that Gopi Paranadhana was.
I'm not saying he was realized.
I'm not saying it was.
I'm not saying. And in fact, some of his commentary, I don't agree with.
So let me explain. I spoke to Pradyumna Prabhu, who was trained up in Sanskrit and Bengali by Srila Prabhupada personally. He was a created Brahmin, okay, from nothing. Okay. I asked him what his opinion was of that book. Had he read any of it? He said, I read part of it. He said, and there were many mistakes in the Sanskrit.
Mistakes in the Sanskrit. Okay.
Many mistakes. Okay, I'm just telling you that because I was trying to get Pradyumna for years. I was trying to get him to finish the Bhagavatam. I'm still going to go for it. And so anyway, that's one point. I'm not going to criticize anyone, but I'm saying that Gopi Paranadhana worked in tandem with Jayadeva in the revisions.
Yeah.
He worked in tandem on the word for word in Sanskrit. But what I'm saying is, according to Pradyumna, now Pradyumna, let me make this point. It's very important. There are only two devotees authorized by Srila Prabhupada to write Shastra or to comment on Shastra. One was Pradyumna and one was Swarup Damodar. Swarup Damodar was asked by Srila Prabhupada to write a scientific commentary on Vedanta Sutra. And when he was here in America before their bombing, I was preaching to him about not getting entangled with who's going to really be in charge of BI and all this other infighting that was going on. It was very stressful for him. I said, look, why don't you just concentrate on that work with the Vedanta Sutra? It will be a very great contribution to the world. I try to convince him to forget about BI, let them fight over it, or so on, just work on this. Okay. But then within a few months, this bombing happened. So those are only two persons that were authorized by Srila Prabhupada to write commentaries on Shastra. That's important.
Does that mean that we cannot, unless personally authorized by Prabhupada, we are not allowed to comment on Shastra?
Well, who are we to comment on Shastra? We're conditioned souls. We have imperfect senses.
But it's a matter of hermeneutics. Someone has to comment on it.
Yeah, someone has already commented on it. Srila Prabhupada. It's not hermeneutics. We don't apply these mundane logics to our Shastra. We apply Srila Prabhupada's instructions. He says, listen, to be very realized, my question to you is, what are we going to find out that's more than what Srila Prabhupada gave us? He gave us the essence of the parampara system, which includes all the previous acharyas. Why do we have to go to previous acharyas to understand more than what Srila Prabhupada gave us? I say we're not competent enough. First of all, we're conditioned souls. So we're not in a position to really jump over to a previous acharya and understand what Srila Prabhupada could understand. We have enough books written by Srila Prabhupada to keep us busy for lifetimes. I think if we know more about what Srila Prabhupada wrote and said, we'd be in much better condition right now. And I really have objection to my godbrothers who set such an example. Because when new people come, they see that. Before they even start reading Srila Prabhupada's books, or when they start reading Srila Prabhupada's books, they start hearing people comment on previous acharyas which they've read. It's becoming a Sanskrit scholar or Bengali reader, that's not important.
I want to use just one example of a devotee that I personally really like a lot. And I'm going to mention his name. It's okay in this assembly. And that is Madhavananda Prabhu, who is a disciple of Gaura Govinda Swami, who was personally trained by Gaura Govinda Swami in various aspects of the Goswami literatures. And he read them under his guidance and tutelage. And I appreciate, when I talk to Madhavananda, his depth of knowledge and understanding, and he was trained personally by Gaura Govinda Swami.
All right, I have one comment to make about Gaura Govinda Swami, who's a godbrother.
Yes.
So I heard him say that one cannot get Divya from a recording. He has to get Divya from a person. Now, when I heard that, I took that as a contradiction that actually anyone who listens to Srila Prabhupada's lectures, with the speaker read his books, can get Divya. They don't have to have a person in front of them to give Divya. You don't have to go through anybody to get to Srila Prabhupada. You can get to Srila Prabhupada direct. These books are written for
I totally agree. And that's part of the problem of ISKCON. Devotees are not taught that.
That's right. So
yeah.
He said it. He said that one cannot get Divya from a recording. When I heard that, I thought, but we get everything from listening to Srila Prabhupada's lectures. And I told you before, there's no difference between sitting in front of him in person and hearing him speak the recording. Absolutely.
And
so
personally, I appreciate it very much, that point. I do agree. And I don't know Gaura Govinda Swami that well. I don't know this specific incident, but I'm just talking about Madhavananda Prabhu's relationship with Gaura Govinda Swami and getting trained in studying the Goswami literatures.
Okay, well, my training is from Srila Prabhupada. Okay, I don't accept training from anybody else. I accept what he says is the most important thing.
What about your personal name, Rupanuga? We're Rupanugas. We're supposed to follow Rupa Goswami.
Yes, I do. I read Nectar Devotion and Nectar Instruction. That's Rupa. Srila Prabhupada said Nectar Devotion. This is the final instruction to the neophytes from Rupa Goswami.
So all the other works of Rupa Goswami were not meant to read?
No, but we have to read them first. And if we read them first, we'll be satisfied. Because we get Rupa Goswami in essence in those books. Rupa Goswami explains the Nectar of Instruction.
I agree, the essence is there, but what about the subtleties and nuances?
Listen, there's a difference between form and substance. We got enough substance from Srila Prabhupada. What's ISKCON suffering from now is form. There's so much overformed, so much organization and centralization, and so much bureaucracy that they missed the substance. Srila Prabhupada gave us all the substance we need to go back to Godhead, and all the substance we need to convince other persons of Krishna consciousness. And that's a fact. If we learn what Srila Prabhupada gave us, we'll be safe. And we should be teaching this to all the new people. All new people have come to understand that they should take Srila Prabhupada's books to heart, take them home. That's their best bet. You don't need anybody to explain Srila Prabhupada's purports. They're written for you. We tell them. This is a personal movement. It's intended for people to take it into their personal lives and associate with Srila Prabhupada directly.
No, I appreciate that very much, because I really understand what you're saying, and that message is not given by gurus, sannyasis, whatever spiritual leadership is there. It's very rare that I hear that message, that you have that personal connection with Prabhupada through his lectures, through his books.
Well, my only reason for existence, my only reason to be alive, to be 82 years old, is to be a transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada. I used to joke and say that if my body were buried on Boot Hill, there would be a monument put there. It wouldn't give a date. It wouldn't give a name. It would just say, here lies a chip off the old block.
Rupanuga Prabhu, Jivan Mukta Prabhu has had his hand up for a long time. I think he has a question or a comment he'd like to make to you. He's my old friend from the Toronto region here where I live. Jivan Mukta Prabhu, do you have something you'd like to share?
Hare Krishna, Rupanuga Prabhu, it's so wonderful to hear you and see you. I've heard so much about you. And I wanted to also just add on the point that you made about the tape, not being effective in transmitting transcendental knowledge. If that was the case, then all these devotees that got their Gayatri mantra by tape,
Right,
it would all be nullified. It would be of no value. Whereas Prabhupada made it a point where here's the tape, listen to the tape, and you're initiated by the tape.
yes.
And I just wanted to make so that was one point I wanted to make. The other point was that ISKCON now has a division of where, the scholarly devotees, it's like a hermeneutics, division of ISKCON, which I found very interesting, because hermeneutics means how you interpret Shastra.
Right.
Yet we know that there's no interpretation. Prabhupada, went on and on and on how the Shastra, and Lord Chaitanya for that matter, with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, there's no interpretation. Why do we need an entire, body within ISKCON dedicated to the interpretation of Srila Prabhupada's books?
Can I make a comment now?
Sure.
I want to read to you a quote from an essay by Tamal Krishna while he was attending Southern Methodist University. And my opinion is all this academic association is contaminating.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, instead of converting the academicians, our people who have gone with their PhDs have been converted by the academicians.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll give you some evidence right here. This is a quote from an essay about Hare Krishna. Quote, but when the guru departs, sadhu and shastra can take on a new import, as those who succeed him become the new interpreters of past precedents, scriptural law, and the new set of circumstances. That's a carte blanche for speculation.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're having. We're having that kind of thing instead of encouraging our scholarly devotees, encouraging devotees to study Srila Prabhupada's. But let me read this again. But when the guru departs, sadhu and shastra can take on a new import, as those who succeed him become the new interpreters of past precedents, scriptural law, and the new set of circumstances.
Wow.
That to me is the core essence of what happens when you associate with speculators and
Yeah.
impersonals.
Yeah.
Bogus, totally bogus.
Yeah. I just wanted to also mention that, reading the first canto now and reading it really methodically and slowly and meditatively, like as a meditation, I realize how it's so true that everything is in the Bhagavatam purports, the first canto purports. Everything is there. I mean, we don't really even need the rest of the Bhagavatam. The first canto, everything is jam-packed in every sentence, every
That's because he didn't know he was going to finish it. He put so much. He wrote that in India.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So let me explain something to you. Srila Prabhupada says at one point, we thank Narada Muni for coming to us from the pages of the Bhagavatam. When we read that Bhagavatam, we're with the sages of the Risharama.
Mm-hmm.
We're there listening.
Mm-hmm.
We're there when Parika is being lectured to by Sukadeva Goswami. We are present because it's beyond space and time. These books are beyond space and time. They are transcendental. And when we read them or listen to them or associate with it in a humble state of mind or submissive oral reception, as Srila Prabhupada called it, we're there. We have no business being there. We're not qualified to be there with the sages of Mishranya, but Srila Prabhupada was so kind that he took us there. And that's what you're experiencing. You're experiencing it's alive. And you come to life by being in that life. That's what happens with the Bhagavatam. It is so perfect. It is so pure. It's beyond space and time. It's not three-dimensional. It's in the fourth dimension. It's not in space and time as we know it. We have to see Srila Prabhupada from the cosmic point of view. That this Earth planet is the most important planet in the universe. Because this is where Krishna comes to show his real pastimes. And we have had this translated, all of his pastimes and everything Krishna said beyond Bhagavad Gita's, so many commentaries, his statements he made and recorded by Srila Prabhupada and explained by Srila Prabhupada. This is a unique event that cannot be replicated. The Srila Prabhupada brought the teachings of Krishna and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu out of India to the rest of the world in 1965. It was 5,000 years it took for that to happen. Because all the other translations were useless. And they were hidden, locked up, just like we say, Nityananda plundered the storehouse of love of God and preached in Bengal. The Srila Prabhupada plundered the love of God storehouse again and brought it out of India to the rest of the world. And then, if that wasn't enough, he took it back to India again. He took the treasure back to India and rejuvenated Krishna consciousness. So our Srila Prabhupada is, there's no way that we can actually comprehend his exalted position. We can try to understand. Every day we pray, let me try to understand my spiritual master who is in blissful Krishna consciousness. Let me meditate upon him being enthused as he has enthused us. And that is our duty. We want to enthuse Srila Prabhupada.
Prabhu, could I ask you something? As you were speaking, I've been thinking that Srila Prabhupada, let's look at the situation currently where you have the gurus and you have Srila Prabhupada. You have those who are initiating in Srila Prabhupada. For us, when we worship Srila Prabhupada, knowing that Bhaktisiddhanta is also there, we were never really so inclined to want to delve into Bhaktisiddhanta's life, so to speak, or get into his books or into his mood. For us, Prabhupada was everything. But what I find now is that many of the newer disciples, and my situation's a little unique because I was initiated by Kirtananda, and when he officially was excommunicated, I was always, for me, Srila Prabhupada was always the focus, but that kind of settled it. Like for me, Prabhupada became my guru,
Right.
and I was not interested in getting reinitiated, despite what anyone may have said or continues to say. I don't care. I have Prabhupada's books. I was initiated enough. Once is enough. And so what I find is that, the current crop of disciples, they have their gurus and they worship their gurus as they see Prabhupada disciples, let's say, worship Srila Prabhupada. And in that sense, Prabhupada becomes, it's not something that they feel that kind of separation, a little separation, because he's the Param Guru. So they focus on their spiritual master. I feel that this is something very, very similar to what happened with Prabhupada disciples and Bhaktisiddhanta. So that's why I see that a lot of younger devotees aren't reading Srila Prabhupada's books, because they feel that separation. Do you know what I mean? Like they feel that it's a different generation. I have my guru now. I'm going to worship him. I'm going to read his books. I'm going to dedicate my life to him. And
I got you. But the absolute truth doesn't change. Srila Prabhupada gave it in its pure form. It doesn't change. Nobody can improve it. And it's always good for now as it was 5,000 years ago. The problem, what you're talking about is being, the cause of it is the lack of appreciation for Srila Prabhupada. It's not being taught by his disciples. It's not being taught by his disciples because Srila Prabhupada is not an ordinary Acharya. He's the world Acharya. His books are the law books for everybody. So that Srila Prabhupada's unique position is not being passed on properly by his disciples. And why? I'm going to say something you're not going to like.
Go for it.
Are you ready?
Ready.
I am ready for anything you've
You
got.
know why they changed the books? You know why they're changing the deity worship? You know why they're changing the standards? You know why they don't talk about Srila Prabhupada more? I'll tell you why. Because they don't love him enough. That's why. They don't love him enough. And if they loved him, they would be sure to be glorifying him above everybody. So everyone should look up to him as a pure unalloyed devotee. And all these persons who we don't know, listen, all the men that Srila Prabhupada appointed were all Madhyam Adhikaris, and he knew it. But Madhyam Adhikaris, according to Bhagavatam, I wrote it down somewhere, are expected to take disciples from the Kanishta and non-devotee class. So Srila Prabhupada appointed a number of Madhyam Adhikaris to carry on the disciplic succession. But Srila Prabhupada is different. He has no defects. He is to be worshipped by everyone as the founder of Acharya. There were other founders of Acharyas. Madhvacharya was a founder of Acharya, but it was all in India. It was all kept in India. But Srila Prabhupada is the Acharya for the whole world, not just for India. So his books are perfect, and his association is the highest. And these devotees who are his disciples should be saying that every time they speak, because they're nothing. The best they can do is be transparent mediums for Srila Prabhupada, and that's enough. That's it. The parampara is a transparent medium, all the way from Lord Brahma. And that's why we read Bhaktisiddhanta's Brahma Samhita. And that's why he didn't want a comma changed, because it's perfect.
So
Srila Prabhupada, let me finish. Srila Prabhupada is perfect. Not like Kirtananda. Kirtananda was not perfect, and you know that. That's why you chose your Param Guru over, because of what he did and what he said. And he's not the only one. All of them, all of the 11 who had their Vyasasans in a semicircle put into the back of the temple in Mayapur. all exact replicas of each other. And they all jumped on the seat. That was a mistake. The idea was to not to imitate, but to emulate. And they chose to imitate. It didn't work. And it won't work. And where are they now? So the system, the parampara system, that Srila Prabhupada left us, he left us intact. He appointed Madhyam Adhikaris because he knew what he was doing. This parampara had to go on. And with his books and their preaching would have been perfect. But they weren't transparent mediums from Srila Prabhupada. That was the problem. And the emphasis is not on Srila Prabhupada's books and his recordings, is because of a lack of love for Srila Prabhupada, a lack of understanding who he is. He never went anywhere. He was never succeeded by anybody. He was never equaled by anyone, past, present, or future. The fact that we're his disciples or his followers is so, our fortune is unbelievable. 4,700 disciples out of 5 billion people. And what is their obligation? Their obligation is to give Srila Prabhupada unadulterated. So I'm saying this, and I'll go on record. There's a lack of love, or we wouldn't be acting like that, imitating him and changing his books.
But it could be said that maybe that's why they're doing, they want his books to be like perfect from a grammatical standpoint, from every perspective. So they're doing it in order to make them.
No, that's the propaganda. But they were already perfect. And Bhagavatam says that. You have to accept them as perfect. And besides that, nobody got any permission from Srila Prabhupada for such extensive editing. I was giving a class in Jacksonville 5 or 6 years ago, just one person, and we were reading. He had a new version and I had my old Chaitanya Charitamrita. I was shocked to find a series of verses we were reading that in every verse a change had been made in the English. And he said to me, well, I like your version better. But the point was the changes were made were not so philosophically, but they were totally, absolutely unnecessary. Because the person didn't understand they were tampering with Shastra. They didn't understand what they were doing. Because prophet, adoration, distinction. There's no other explanation of why such a disciple, initiated disciple, doesn't understand the mind of the Acharya. What he's doing, what he's saying is perfect. It's so simple. The protocols, the methods that Srila Prabhupada gave us in that storefront are so simple. They haven't changed. We've added the deity worship and more books, but the philosophy, the way, the attitude, the obligation of a disciple to a spiritual master, the obligation of everybody to Srila Prabhupada. He's so far, so we can't even understand how exalted he is. When he does artis, Lord Brahma and Narada Muni come. When he installed the deities in London, they came.
Yes.
And he said they want to come back for the evening artis. So you have to put 2 Vyasasans up there on the altar. And Palaka wrote me the other day, he has
They're still there.
Yes,
They're still there. I've actually been discussing with the head Prajarya, you have to put a name tag on each one. Otherwise, people look at them, they have no idea what those 2 little seats.
Yes,
No
good
idea.
Or even maybe put deities there.
But there's another.
That's a little much, but at least a name tag.
Yes.
But there are other places Someone sent me an email the other day with other places where Narada Muni appeared, specifically Narada Muni. So I mean, who can demand that kind of company? Like, who can we imagine that would have that kind of company that would come to see Srila Prabhupada do arti and come back again every evening? Who is Srila Prabhupada? It's so great that Lord Brahma, the head of our sampradaya, the creator of this universe, will come to his arti. And Narada Muni, come on. This is transcendental. This is the fourth dimension. This is beyond space and time, this movement. We don't put an anchor on the material world to hold it down. It's so unique in the whole universe. So I think if we would each day as disciples and followers of Srila Prabhupada simply meditate a little bit on him, we'll realize our good fortune and think in terms of how to take best advantage of it. And also to get a feeling, I've got to share this. Sharing is a big deal. Don't use the word preach anymore. Just use the word share. Let us share what we've learned from Srila Prabhupada with other people, other conditioned souls. That's a big favorite word on the net. Share, share, share. Okay, share Srila Prabhupada. That's what we should be doing.
Rupanuga?
Here.
A quick question. I mean, you know Jayadvaita Swami. Have you ever tried to dialogue with him, your concerns about the editing?
He was just here.
Was he receptive to any kind of dialogue? Because I know Garuda Prabhu has also tried to dialogue, but he shuts down. He doesn't engage in dialogue.
Right. Jayadvaita was here in Alachua about a month ago. And his follower called me and said, Jayadvaita want to meet me. So we did. I didn't mention the books. I didn't mention the books. I don't want to have a discussion with him on it. Jayadvaita and I have a different kind of relationship. He looks up to me as his senior godbrother.
Yeah.
And when he was told, when I wrote an essay criticizing the introduction to the 83 version, the little note from the editors, I called it "Where Angels Fear to Tread."
Yes.
And he wrote a rebuttal to that and sent it to me and asked that I not show anyone. And I kept that. Okay. So our relationship is not an ordinary one. It comes from the storefront days. I told them, I said, the first time I saw you, I came down to visit from Buffalo and I saw this young boy in blue denim bottom, bell bottom, blue denims and a white t-shirt. And I thought, here's a sailor on leave. And he had a big laugh about it. That's the first time I saw him when I was visiting the storefront from Buffalo in '68. So I don't get into a discussion with him because I know it's useless. It's useless. I don't want. There's no.
I mean, exactly.
Was done is done, and so I just acted on the God Brotherly platform.
Right.
We talked about different things, and he was here a couple of years ago too, and I just bombarded him with simply wonderful. He ate them all.
But Prabhu, how could you say though that I don't get? Of course, I don't know him very closely or anything, but how can you say that he doesn't love Srila Prabhupada?
I didn't say he didn't love him.
So he doesn't love him as enough.
Enough.
He doesn't love him enough.
None of us do.
Well, okay, but we don't have to conclude that there was malevolence in his intent.
I didn't say malevolent. I didn't say anything malevolent.
Okay, so it's just that his good intentions were not shastrically proper, I guess. That's what you're saying, that despite his good intentions, it wasn't something he should have done.
Well, first of all, it wasn't his idea. It wasn't his idea. He was approached.
By whom?
Actually, Rabindra Swarup was approached before him. And Rabindra Swarup suggested, why don't you go to, because someone approached, I think it was Ramaswamy, approached about revising the Bhagavad Gita. And he said, why don't you go to someone else? He didn't want to do it. Jayadvaita, go to Jayadvaita. So then he went to Jayadvaita. So the idea was not Jayadvaita's. Jayadvaita was part of the staff of the idea came not from him.
Where did it come from?
I'm watching Rupanuga on this thing.
Where did the idea come from, Prabhu?
Rameshwar.
Isn't he speaking against the revisions now?
Who?
Rameshwar?
Rameshwar, do we have to get into, do you want to start talking to me about these issues? You're going to have to listen to what I say. Rameshwar is an opportunist. He wants to get back into the fold, but he offended so many people. I have a friend here who said that he was in Mayapur when Vrindavan when Srila Prabhupada was passing away. And he was told by Rameshwar, you have to go home. In fact, they were preaching that don't anybody come. But Srila Prabhupada wanted all his disciples there. But they were preaching, stay, do your service. And this devotee said he didn't want to leave Vrindavan, but he had to leave because he was ordered to leave. So I'm not going to get into, Rameshwar cooperated with me a lot on my paper, the Change Disease and Windows to the Spiritual Sky. He cooperated with me. He provided me with documents. He provided me with a copy of the original contract between Srila Prabhupada and Macmillan Company. I signed that contract with Srila Prabhupada as a representative of ISKCON. And he sent me a copy. And in that copy, Srila Prabhupada had typed in specifically that he was going to take those paintings. No one else had charge of those paintings but himself. And he also said any revisions required his permission. That's written right in the contract. He made that change, or he wouldn't sign it. So what can I say? It's logical. It's common sense. If the changes were needed, they should have been, first of all, approached Srila Prabhupada before he disappeared, because the same changes were there from 1972 until 1977. When all those years, any editor could have approached Srila Prabhupada with a suggestion for anything. That's what they were doing. That was their business. They approached him for permission on so many other things. But when you think about making corrections, that's on Srila Prabhupada's books or his dictations. That's very, very serious. But I'll give you an example. It's human. The error is human, right? Srila Prabhupada was giving a lecture in 77 in Mayapur, in which he says, Krishna does not eat chocolate. Therefore, we do not eat chocolate. So, but he said chocolate, he said chocolate. So the person who transcribed it, they got on the internet, he translated chopped cutlets, And that's what went in to the transcription that went on whatever they post. But that's not what Srila Prabhupada said. He said nothing about chopped cutlets in Mayapur. He was talking about chocolate. So a mistake was made. Why? We don't have to, maybe that person liked chocolate. I don't know. But whatever happened was passed on as Srila Prabhupada said. But he didn't say that. So mistakes can be made. I agree. There's no question about good intentions, but the road to hell's path paved with good intentions, as one say. So I'm not accusing anybody of anything. We have to judge by the result.
Okay,
There
so in
are-
that instance that example you gave, we've got the tape where Prabhupada says chocolate, even though it was,
I got the tape.
pronounced. Okay, so in that case, if it was in a book, should that not be changed?
Of course.
Right. So weren't a lot of the changes in that category?
But no, some of them were like Planet of the Trees. Some of them were just really kind of transcription errors. But you have to draw a line. Because when I see where Srila Prabhupada's emphatic statements, when there's an extra word or two or repetition, because you know as well as I do, that Srila Prabhupada is a very emphatic preacher. And emphasis had a lot to do with meaning. So you change emphasis, you change meaning. It can be very subtle. It takes somebody a little familiar with Srila Prabhupada's intentions to even spot it. New people can't do it. But old people know that that's what happens when you do something with Shastra. And you're a conditioned soul.
Question, Prabhu? About outside instruction, many of our God brothers have availed themselves of the association of spiritual leaders of the Godiyamat, disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, God brothers of Srila Prabhupada, for example. Do you see that as a sign of lack of love for Prabhupada, or do you see it as a shift of loyalty? How do you explain that?
Again, we have to go by what Srila Prabhupada said. There are, and I have 100 letters from Srila Prabhupada, and in some of those, he talks specifically about his God brothers. There's a classic letter that I hear quoted from all the time that's usually misquoted. But he told me that his Guru Maharaj was disgusted. Otherwise, he would have stayed longer. And Srila Prabhupada informed the GBC to tell the devotees who were going to buy godiyamat books at the yoga pit one year not to go there and buy the books. He said anything after 36 published by the godiyamat should not be accepted. And he told his couple of devotees to go there and tell those devotees not to buy the books. One time, he had his whole set of Chaitanya Chaitamritas returned from a godbrother who was criticizing him. I knew from the very first, when I heard Srila Prabhupada had godbrothers, I was so enthused to think we had reinforcements. But you can imagine my disappointment when I found out that his godbrothers were not supporting him. In fact, one of them had initiated someone he'd already initiated.
Bon Maharaj.
And he says another letter, and he's running after my other disciples in Punjab. That was back in '66. I'm not going to get it. I wrote an essay about this, so I'm not going to get into it right now. But there's a letter he sent to all temples, and I have a copy of it, in which he says devotees are not to associate with his godbrothers. And he gave a number of reasons. And he said they can harm our movement. And when those sannyasis were preaching that Srila Prabhupada was God, he wrote me in a letter, I know this has come from my godbrothers, but it's how they've done it is a mystery. Another place he wrote that they don't like me because I'm called Prabhupada. Because Gaudiya teaches that the last great Acharya in the line was Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. And everybody else after that's equal. So they're all calling themselves Bhaktivedanta now. That wasn't there before Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. Now they're all calling themselves Bhaktivedanta, Bhaktivedanta this, Bhaktivedanta that, Bhaktivedanta that. Why? It's simply reducing the level of Srila Prabhupada. It's very subtle. And the reason I understand this is because I understand it from the beginning. And I didn't like seeing my Srila Prabhupada or Swamiji disturbed by these things. And as a GBC from 1970 on, I was aware of these things going on. And it's glossed over a lot since Srila Prabhupada disappeared. Srila Prabhupada said in 1974 in a lecture of Bhagavatam, and I have it, a quote, "I have personal experience of a great institution being lost by the whimsical behavior." That's 74. And he's talking about the godiyamat. So what do we have? Form over substance. Srila Prabhupada waited from 1936 until 1940, and every year there was a new Acharya. And they were told in the first place not to have an Acharya. They were told to have a GBC. So in 1940, Srila Prabhupada waited 4 years, and then he started his own organization. He called it,
League of Devotees.
no, this is before that. That was Jhansi. Before that,
Gaudiya Vedanta Samiti.
yes, that was 1940. He started that, but he waited for 4 years.
That was
Srila
with
Prabhupada,
Bhakti. Go ahead. Sorry.
Srila Prabhupada didn't try to reform the Gaudiya. He spoke in 1936, the last Vyas Puja. Srila Prabhupada was asked to speak. And even in that time, he was admonishing his godbrothers to cooperate. I have a copy of that lecture. 1936, the last Vyas Puja, because Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur disappeared in 1936, the 31st of December.
Is that available anywhere to read?
Hello? Go ahead.
Now that you brought up, the godiyamat and Bhaktisiddhanta's passing away, my reading of Srila Prabhupada's explanation of that period was that Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj Prabhupada said that he wanted the GBC to keep the mission going until the Acharya became self-effulgent and self-evident. That there was going to be an Acharya, but they should wait until he becomes self-effulgent.
No, he didn't say that.
He
didn't
did
say that. No, what happened was he said an Acharya will be self-effulgent. It was a general statement. It wasn't a specific statement that Acharya was coming.
I could find it.
You can find it.
I'll find it right now.
You find it because it's not that Srila Prabhupada was telling us to expect an Acharya to come and replace the GBC. We never had that conception. We never had that conception. From the last meeting we had with Srila Prabhupada, which is a whole other issue, we never had this idea that we were going to be in place until an Acharya came. No way. Because he told us my books are the law books for the next 9,500 years. So whoever comes has to go by those law books anyway.
No. This Bhaktisiddhanta said that. Prabhupada said that Bhaktisiddhanta said to wait, the Acharya will become self.
Well, of course, he was talking about Srila Prabhupada.
Well, that's my take on it.
Of course.
But my point is that Bhaktisiddhanta, Prabhupada at that time was a grihasta, so certainly Bhaktisiddhanta couldn't appoint Prabhupada as the successor. But I've heard some representations of that statement of Bhaktisiddhanta's that there would be an Acharya of the Mat and there would still be multiple initiating gurus. But I always understood that the Acharya of the Mat would be the Acharya, like Prabhupada was the Acharya.
There's a misconception. Any sannyasi is expected to accept disciples. That's what I mean. When Srila Prabhupada took sannyas, he made disciples shortly thereafter. And so the devotees, his godbrothers, went to Sridhar, who was a senior at the time, and said, Swamiji Bhaktivedanta, he's accepting disciples. What's the position? And so Sridhar Maharaj wrote Srila Prabhupada a letter that your godbrothers have come and asked me to ask you, what's your position about you've accepted a disciple? And Srila Prabhupada was telling this story to Prajumna, who told it to me personally. And Srila Prabhupada said back, well, I thought that's what I was supposed to do. In other words, sannyas means disciple. Sannyasi is supposed to accept disciple. He doesn't need anybody, if he's a real sannyasi, he doesn't need anybody telling him when and where he can accept disciple.
But
Any disciple, any sannyasi is supposed to accept disciple.
But when you're like the godiyamat was something unprecedented like there was never an organized mission like that. So when you have an organized mission like that, is it still okay for all the sannyasis within that mission just to go out and take disciples with,
That's the parampara system includes sannyas in our Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. Sannyasi is, according to Shastra, is a spiritual master for all the varnas and ashrams.
Right.
And he is authorized to accept disciples. That's what it means to be a disciple, sannyasi. So that's what Srila Prabhupada said. I thought that's what I was supposed to do as a sannyasi, to accept disciples. So he accepted a disciple. That was his answer. This idea that sannyasis have to be approved to take disciples is bogus. If he's a real sannyasi, he doesn't need approval.
In other words, just by his acceptance of the sannyas order, that is his qualification to be a spiritual master.
Assuming he's qualified. In
Right.
the first place. I mean, ISKCON has been offering a lineup of pre-authorized sannyasis for years. I mean, spiritual masters. They set up a whole system of pre-authorized gurus. That's what it was. The disciple didn't have to decide whether this person's really really a bona fide. He was told these people are certified. So you just have to pick one. But the system is that the disciple has to examine the spiritual master for 1 year at least.
Mm-hmm.
And the spiritual master has to examine the prospective disciple for a year. Because the disciple has to decide, I'm going to surrender my life to this person. Can I do it? But when you present a lineup of pre-certified spiritual masters, that takes away the onus from the responsibility from the individual to make that decision. He is told that all you've got to do is be attracted to one of them. You don't have to investigate. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to sit in front of them for a year. You see, this is what has been done. It's been done. It's a fact of history. I'm not criticizing. I'm just explaining the system that Srila Prabhupada left.
Mhm.
And that he expected to carry on. And that Shastra explains. Sannyasi means disciples.
In the context of the godiyamat that I was referring to, so what you're saying is that Bhaktisiddhanta wanted a GBC set up. Clearly, he wanted a GBC set up, and so that so Prabhupada's criticism that his disciples, one after the other, they all became Acharya. Instead of waiting for the one Acharya, they all became Acharya, and the godiyamat was dismantled at that point. So the vision of Bhaktisiddhanta, according to you, was to have one Acharya that was the initiator for the mat, or that there was going to be an Acharya, a GBC, and sannyasis that initiated on their own.
We have to take what Srila Prabhupada said, that his Guru Maharaj said. He said his Guru Maharaj did not want an Acharya to take over after him. That was clear. And they did it. They did it. He also said that he wanted, his Guru Maharaj said, to have a GBC. And they didn't. That's clear. But a sannyasi taking disciples is a different issue. It's an issue before the godiyamat. It's before the godiyamat. Godiyamat is in the line of a parampara, just like ISKCON is in the line of parampara. before the Gaudiya existed. What did Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur do? He started 64 maths, large and small, for a single purpose. He wanted to train up disciples to go out and preach in the world. In those days, he was making, as Srila Prabhupada said, my Guru Maharaj made sannyasis, I make grahastas. So in those days, the people had extended families. They were so attached to the whole system, family life and all that, that Bhaktisiddhanta emphasized renunciation. But as Srila Prabhupada once said, he said, what is this renunciation? This is artificial. You have nothing to renounce. It all belongs to Krishna. So anyway, the point is that he made sannyasis because he wanted to go and preach. Now, do you think that if these sannyasis had done what they not all over the world like he wanted, they were not to accept disciples like Srila Prabhupada did? How would things go on? You see, Srila Prabhupada did not say that that Bhaktisiddhanta didn't want anyone to initiate or sannyas. They were all sannyasis. Practically speaking, Srila Prabhupada was one of the few grahastas that were his disciples. So the history is that sannyasi take disciples. We don't know of any statement where Bhaktisiddhanta changed that. Or Srila Prabhupada certainly didn't change that. He told, what was it? A devotee, a sannyasi who was in Hawaii preaching. And what was his name? He was from, I forget his name, Siddha Sarup. He told Siddha Sarup, you can accept your own disciples. Siddha Sarup said, no, I don't want to accept all of them belong to you. But he gave him permission. He also told another sannyasi, Tushya Krishna, Pashya Krishna, I forget which one, that you start your own movement, he said.
Tushya Krishna, yeah.
You can start your own movement. Oh, he didn't want to take this. He's saying, just don't change anything.
Oh.
See, and that's what happened. All these Madhyamadakaris, gurus that Srila Prabhupada appointed. And there's an issue that he never appointed them. I tell you, that is completely nonsense. I was there. I was one of the 1918 GBC men who signed off on that meeting. But they've got this, created this whole thing out of anger, out of whatever. They created their own disciplic succession. This disciplic succession was not changed by Srila Prabhupada. So when he accepted that disciple, I thought that's what I was supposed to do. That was his answer. I took sannyas. I thought I was supposed to have disciples. Simple. In fact, there was a time, and I have a transcription of it, when Srila Prabhupada told one GBC who was present when he spoke, I don't want to make any more sannyasis. No more sannyasis. Too many falling down, even though they promised this, promised that. I was a paka grahasta. What's wrong with being a grahasta? And that was lost in the shuffle, but it was in the conversation books. And that GBC member who sat there never said anything to me about it. So it's questionable, in my mind, what Srila Prabhupada wanted about the sannyasa shastra. Actually, he spread a movement with grahastas and brahmacharis before there were any sannyasas. Kirtananda was the first one. And that was exemplary for India. Anyway, these are all what I call controversies. And as Srila Prabhupada remarked, in a discussion, if a decision cannot be reached, further conversation is prajalpa.
I would just like to change the topic for a second. There's many heroic personalities here amongst us, beginning with yourself, Rupanuga Prabhu, but I see that I invited Sitapati Prabhu to come, and for 3 weeks, even though the JBCs in New Zealand told him, Don't go out and do Harinam amongst the protesters against the jab. He went and he headed up a crew that distributed 3,000 plates of Krishna Prasadam every day, distributed hundreds of books, and did Harinam Sankirtan for 12 hours a day. So if you could just unmute yourself for a second, Sitapati Prabhu, it would be great if you could just show your smiling face for a second. I just like to introduce you to Rupanuga, and I just like to thank you for doing hardcore Harinam Sankirtan and pushing on the Sankirtan movement, even though you may have been discouraged by some of our own God brothers.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Wonderful
Hare
service.
Krishna.
My obeisances.
Dandavats. Yeah, I'm here with my son Prahlad Nishringa. And yeah, we just submitted the book scores. Here's Prahlad.
Haribol Prahlad.
Hare Krishna.
Prahlad did 10 to 12 hours a day on the book table and distributed 287 books in the last 3 weeks on the Parliament House grounds. You know, they banned Janmashtami here for 2 years in a row. And so in the mood of the Mahaprabhu's Chandkazi Leela, we took the kirtan to the House of Parliament House in the gardens.
Jai.
And you know, the other thing about that was that what we did over these last 3 weeks is illegal anywhere in the country. To have unvaccinated people chanting Hare Krishna together the way we did, it doesn't matter whether it was in Parliament House or secretly on a farm in the middle of nowhere, it was illegal. So we just did it right in front of their faces, because the Harinam Sankirtan of Mahaprabhu will not be stopped under any circumstances on this planet.
Jai. Jai. You must have met a lot of wonderful people out there.
They are the demigods who have taken birth in human bodies on this planet for bringing about the golden age. The most committed, courageous people in this country who have left their families, left their homes, come from all over the country to sleep on the ground in Parliament House against, you know, riot police. You know, I had the GBC denouncing, putting up press releases denouncing us here, and every person who was there had to deal with something like that to be there. It's just a commitment that's bigger than any kind of social acceptance.
I heard people were asking you to put they wanted to put tilak on.
It was unbelievable. At a certain point, I got that, you know, there were children coming there at 7:30 in the morning saying, "Hey, start the kirtan." You know, where's the microphone for this guy giving the Bhagavad Gita class? And then people were coming and asking to put on tilak. You know, like, it would look like this. A guy would come back halfway through the day and he would say, "Oh man, that stuff that I put on my face was amazing. It gave me so much energy. Can I get some more?" And then I'd put the tilak on him and someone else would be standing there and say, "Can I get tilak as well?" People were just like lining up to get it. And, you know, in their Nara Leela as human beings, it was like they're pretending this thing. But I was just clear. It's the demigods are here and they have assembled for Sri Krishna Sankirtan.
So the silver lining in this whole kirtan you did during the protest acted as a polarization where you could easily see who the demigods were and who the asuras were.
100%. And we just did the Prabhupada melody for 23 days straight. Just one melody. It was the soundtrack. One melody, one beat. Just Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 23 days like that. People were just singing it with all their heart into it. And even now, for me, leaving Wellington and leaving the whole thing, that's just burned into my consciousness, and the experience of being with those people, right up to the point where the police were like ripping the camp to pieces, pepper spraying people. It was burning down to the ground, and we were there and we were like, what do we do? And I was like, there's nothing we can do. We just have to surrender to Krishna and go all the way with this thing right to the end. If Krishna wants to take everything away from us, he will. And then the police were like meters away from the temple tent. And then this man came in and he was one of the police officers. in plain clothes. And he said, we've been watching what you guys have been doing over the last few weeks, and we really appreciate it. And you need to take all your things and put them outside the gate now. I'll help you to do it. And so the police helped us to carry our things out. And then the protesters came and within minutes had carried everything out of the temple and put it out on the road. And then the police came through and ripped everything to pieces and burned it all to the ground right in front of us while we chanted to the last moment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rupanuga Prabhu, are you proud of Sitapati Prabhu?
Of course.
We were just thinking of Prabhupada and Tompkins Square the whole way through. It was like, this is how Prabhupada started this movement. He just sat under the tree and just chanted this melody, this mantra, and people just came. And then I could see, like, I was like, this is what Prabhupada must have been seeing when he looked at these people who came. He's looking at them like, okay, these are the demigods and great sages that my Guru Maharaj has sent to me to help me with this movement here. Like his vision, like the generosity of his vision of what he was seeing, like, yeah, it was just incredible. I was just, in the end of it, I was so present to, like, I'm here to serve these people, like, I'm their humble servant. And Krishna has given me the service to reawaken them by chanting the mantra, but that is all that is happening here. They're all my superiors.
It must have been a bit of a challenge. I know it would be a challenge for me if I felt my authorities were turning my fellow devotees against me, as if I'm a bad person for going out and trying to do what Prabhupada would want me to do. How did you deal with that, that your own people, your own leaders were turning people against you?
Well, you know, my wife was initiated by Kirtanananda Swami. And she was kicked out of ISKCON, you know, in 1986, along with him. And Dave Amrita Swami, my Guru Maharaj, he was kicked out of ISKCON as well. Vishnu John Swami was kicked out of ISKCON. Like, I'm in great company. You know, I just love Radha Damodar Vilas, and Vishnu John was kicked out, and it was like Prabhupada said, open 6 temples and you can come back. And he just went out to do that. And it's just the same thing for me, you know, like, love
a badge of honor,
honor or dishonor, you know, we'll just do the duty. Kirtaniya Sadahari.
So inspiring to hear. I hope you're keeping in touch with some of those people.
We're doing a 24-hour kirtan next Saturday to Sunday at the farm, and we've invited everyone to come up for that. So they're all at a loose end now. They like have thrown everything to the wind and put themselves out there, and now that protest site has been destroyed. So now we're like, come back to our Krishna farm community, and we'll do a festival there. So they're coming next weekend.
So inspiring to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share.
Oh, yes. Actually, there's a famous photo of Rupanuga Prabhu where he has his hands up under the elm tree at Tompkins, probably called it Tompkinson Square Park, Tompkins Park. And I think you're dancing. Is it with Chutananda or Brahmananda, Rupanuga Prabhu? You know the photo I'm talking about?
There's so many photos. I don't remember that particular one. But you see, freedom has become a spiritual issue again. It was a spiritual issue in the beginning of the movement because we had to go to court to get on the streets. We just couldn't go out and chant. We couldn't go in the airports. We couldn't go in the subway. We couldn't go in Kennedy Center. We couldn't go on the mall in Washington, D.C. We couldn't go anywhere without permits, without approval. So we had to go to court. And we won always on the First Amendment. So freedom is a real issue because if people don't have freedom, they'll come to the point where they won't have the freedom to chant. Just like behind the Iron Curtain, the devotees could not go out on Harinam. They could not chant in their own homes. It was illegal. But when the Iron Curtain came down, these things were allowed. So freedom is a real issue. Srila Prabhupada came back from visiting Russia for 3 days, Moscow, and he said, the communist government is a very, very terrible government. And he said, the Russians are Europeans, they want their freedom too. So he wasn't talking about freedom politically. He was talking about the freedom to chant, the freedom to see devotees doing Harinam, the freedom to dance with devotees. Like when I saw those films from downtown Moscow where the young Russian girls with their leather boots and fur coats were dancing with the brahmacharinis, I brought a tear to my eyes because Srila Prabhupada would have been so happy to see that. So they want to put up iron curtains all over the world. So just a matter of time before they get to us.
Yes.
Because we're the only people who know the answer. We're the only people, when Srila Prabhupada told me the power's in the people, we're the only ones who know how to elicit the dormant power of Krishna consciousness, and that's what you all were doing. Because communism, socialism, liberalism, progressivism are all the arch enemies of Vaishnavism. Atheism, coming in different dress. So we have to stand up. There has to be a risk taken. Sometimes we have to take a risk. And you all took a risk, and it's to your great credit. Because you could be considered by the authorities to be part of the resistance movement and be treated like those people are being treated in Australia. See, without due process of law, without any oversight. But you escaped that by Krishna's grace. You see, even in the end, you got help from the authorities.
Yes.
See, just like we got help from the Supreme Court in America to get this movement established, so it could be tax exempt, so it could go to college campuses, so it go on the street. See, so there's always a risk we take. I got firebombed in 1971,
Wow.
preaching in southern America. I got firebombed. One brahmachari was killed, and one was seriously wounded. And all I was doing was having a series of lectures at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I didn't know that Knoxville was the headquarters for the Ku Klux Klan. So we had three meetings, and between the second and third, we were firebombed. Molotov cocktails, 2 of them. One bounced off one of the front door because it had a storm door up, bounced off. The other one right through the window and splashed over the brahmacharis in their sleeping bags. What were we doing wrong? We weren't doing anything wrong. Okay. So there's going to be a risk. There's always going to be a risk. But we don't have to play Russian roulette with these jabs. That's not our obligation. And I just read and ultimately, what we want is we want the people to join us in our protest against demonic rule. There's a quote like that Pollock just sent me today. I don't know if I have it readable, but he talks about the people joining us in our protests against mudhas and unqualified leadership. If we came out with that, that would be something. We can't do that. We can't, because we have to go according to time and circumstances. But that's the ultimate goal. As long as there are misleaders, the people will be misled. And as long as they're misleaders, the killing fields, the slaughterhouses will stay open. And that's where all the karma is coming from. And the leaders won't protect the people from their karma. They're encouraging. And as long as those killing fields stay open, this karmic payback from Mother Nature is going to continue.
The demons are facilitating everyone's karma.
Yes.
Karmic.
Yes. But they're not solely responsible themselves because they have a license from Krishna to do what they're doing. Not a blade of grass falls without the approval and sanction of the Lord. So they have a license, but they're overstepping. They're starting to overstep it. Because Kali Yuga means the Rakshasas. And they've been in charge for a long time. But the golden age is here. 535 years, the golden age has been here. And it's time to move on. It's time to keep going. A cleansing is needed. And it's happening. This cleansing, this karmic payback for all those land animals and sea creatures and abortions, what to speak of cows and bulls, mother and father, it's cannibalism. It has to stop. As long as it's going on, as Srila Prabhupada said, how can they expect prosperity and peace?
Are you saying that, does that mean that the golden age is contingent on stopping all slaughterhouses on the planet?
No, it's not contingent on anything. That's why we heard recently from all over the world, millions of people are chanting Om, Om Kran, Om Kran, Om, Om, all over the world. I took it as like a precursor. Om is a sound incarnation of Krishna.
Oh my God.
They didn't know what they were doing. So but the movement is moving forward. There's so many undercurrents, subtle things going on. Whenever there's a kirtan on the street or anybody's home, the sound vibration goes around the planet eternally. Whenever you have a big rock festival, like any big rock festival, all the sounds go out, they go around the planet 7 times and they're finished. So all this japa and all this chanting is actually bringing in Lord Chaitanya's movement, because Lord Chaitanya's movement needs purification. So the very atmosphere of the planet is being purified by all this chanting and all these kirtans and all this japa and all of it. This is undercover. It's not understood. It's a science. It's a great science. When I had a short radio program, 60 seconds in New York, it was called Revelations. And because the companies were required by law to allow a nonprofit organization to have some radio time. So I had a radio time. And Srila Prabhupada told me, when you get on the air, you vibrate Upanishad and purify the atmosphere.
Oh, nice.
So that's the power of transcendental sound. We have to take a risk. But Krishna protects us, just like he did all these devotees in New Zealand. They could have been considered, like maybe in Canada, they could have been considered like part of the resistance and therefore subject to law. Right? It could have happened that way. Because look, what are people protesting? They're protesting interference with their sense gratification, because freedom means the freedom to go to restaurants, go to movies, go to horse races, go do this and do that, do that. So basically, it's a demand, it's a protest against limitations of sense gratification. That's really the fact of it. But we have been trained how to dovetail that. So whenever there's a crowd for anything, we want to be there, so people can hear the holy name and get some prasadam and talk to some devotees and get some books. Wherever there's a crowd, that's where we want to be, because that's our business, it's our job.
Do you remember that back in 66, 67, if there was a peace rally or a love-in, Prabhupada like this to go to all these major gatherings?
Well, we didn't really have that kind of thing going on when I was in New York. The main protest was against the war.
Right, Vietnam.
Yes, that's where I first heard the chanting of the Maha Mantra. Was Ginsburg and some friends were walking along with their finger symbols chanting Hare Krishna. It's the first time I heard it on the way up in a protest against the war. 50,000 people came down, I think it was 6th Avenue, protesting the war, all kinds of people. I was pushing my son in a stroller down and longshoremen were standing on the side throwing paint at demonstrators. So there was no, we weren't involved in any protests. The Srila Prabhupada went to the United Nations building, was dribbling pamphlets with devotees. The peace forum.
Protesting, well, kind of like joining the protest against the war, sort of.
No, there wasn't a protest. He was just going there to protest the UN.
Right. he called them the disunited nations. He said they only succeeded in creating more flags.
So we can take advantage of these protests by being there, and people hear the name, get prasadam, and get a chance to chant themselves. That's our motive for being there. We're not there to support some sort of a resistance, because our business is in a higher dimension, not the 3 dimensions, the 4th dimension. Our business is to induce the dormant Krishna consciousness in people. That's our business. Our freedom is. We want the freedom. The people are chanting for freedom, but they don't realize that they're really chanting for the freedom to chant.
Right.
Yes. One thing we noticed was in the beginning, the protesters were all chanting freedom, freedom. And I said to some people there, like, what is the value of that freedom? You already have that. It means the freedom for Bill Gates to like inject you with this thing. Like, that's freedom. That's not what you actually want. But from us being there and chanting the Maha Mantra, like, we would get up at 3 in the morning, 6 in the morning, whenever the police would come for a raid, and we would be on the front line with the protesters, but we would be doing kirtan. And after a while, all of their chanting transformed, and they started chanting peace and love. Peace, that became their chant. Then it got to the point where they were like, would call for us, please, you need to come. And then one day, Buddhi Manta and I went to the front lines, and we got there, and they said, oh yeah, because you weren't here, everybody was chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, but now the real Hare Krishnas are here, so you can chant it. They had begun chanting the Maha Mantra because they could see the power of it, like firsthand. And they had the experience of us being with there on the front line, taking shelter of Krishna's name. Like, there's nothing else for us to do here except to chant Krishna's name. And it transformed those circumstances in such a powerful way that they were just like, this is powerful. Like, we should chant this. And then they started coming and getting japa beads and putting on tilak. And I was like, this is what the golden age looks like.
Yeah.
Well, they gathered together for these protests and cooperated, all people from all different walks of life. But when you came there, it made a different dimension. They were experiencing the togetherness of Krishna consciousness.
Yes.
Spiritual brotherhood, as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called it. They were experiencing real brotherhood for the real cause without understanding what it is. Just like Srila Prabhupada said, people don't have to understand what the Maha Mantra means to get the benefit of chanting. So they may not know the science, but what was happening is their real relationship as fellow servants of the Lord was coming out. And
it was all Krishna's arrangement. Like, even the devotees came from far north and started cooking, and they were making 2,000 to 4,000 plates of prasadam a day. And then one day, Krishna just closed down the other kitchen. So the only thing anyone could eat was prasadam. I was like, these people have left their homes. They're sleeping on the ground, performing austerities, chanting Hare Krishna and eating Krishna prasadam. Like, Krishna has his plan for these people, and we're all dancing in his hands like puppets.
Yeah, if you look at it from the transcendental point of view, this is all Krishna's plan. It's all Krishna's plan to get people together to hear us, to hear the holy name, to get prasadam, to start to experience that Krishna consciousness unfolding in their hearts. This is part of the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. It's just manifesting in different ways. But the science is, it's his age. This is a golden age, the year 535 Gaurabda. This is Lord Chaitanya's age. Every day we pray, let me meditate. Upon Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who's known as the controller and enthusing us to meditate him on like that. We pray that every day in Gayatri. But it's happening. Lord Chaitanya is in control.
Mhm. I'm grateful that our god brother and my friend Mahatma Prabhu accepted my invitation to join us. Mahatma Prabhu, you started Harinam Sankirtan in 1969, just a little bit after Rupanuga was doing it with Srila Prabhupada. Do you remember back in those early days joining any of the Vietnam protests or Grateful Dead or any of those major gatherings of hippies and doing Harinam at those kinds of events?
Yeah, all of them. There was a demonstration in San Francisco in the spring of 70. I remember doing that because I was really sick, but I went out anyway. When I came back, I distributed lots of magazines. I came back, I was cured. Then before I was a devotee, there was the Rolling Stones concert. There was that big, you remember that? I think it was in
Altamont.
Oakland.
Altamont.
Yeah, the Hells Angels.
Right.
You know, we were part of the scene. The hippies and the Hare Krishnas were one in that sense. So we just fit right in. And we did it in Vancouver, all the outdoor festivals, rock concerts.
George Harrison concert.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
We're part of the tapestry. So that's what we did every day. So
It wouldn't be a concert. It wouldn't be a major rock concert without the Hare Krishna devotees distributing books.
something like that, you know. People expected us to be there and also feeding them.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially the Deadheads at the Grateful Dead concerts. Because they were our neighbors in San Francisco, right?
Yeah, we were just part of the scene. And that's why there were so many people at Rath Yatra in San Francisco in those days.
So do you think now that it's 2022, Mahatma Prabhu, have things changed? Should things change? I mean, we didn't think twice about going to a, peace, make love, not war, peace, honor, we attended all of those without thinking twice, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Now there's a hesitancy. Excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, my philosophy in preaching is I just analyze every situation and try to figure out what's going to be the best way to reach people in that situation. So, I used to go to universities and I had a recording of mridanga, kartals, and tambura, and I would play the harmonium to that, and we had a little speaker, and people could hear it for a few hundred yards, and they'd come over. So that worked in that situation.
Right.
So, that's what I've always done. But, there's two things. There's outreach, and there's also how that affects the devotees in the temple. Because when devotees are going out and giving Krishna consciousness, they're inspired. And that inspires the temple and the temple devotees. So when I travel a lot and I can tell how much outreach is going on by the level of energy in the temple. You immediately can tell without even knowing, just by being there. There's always more energy when devotees are sharing Krishna consciousness. So, you could say, all right, we're going out because this will help people, but it's also our sadhana. I mean, that's why in the early days, we were like young devotees, but very Krishna conscious. 8 hours a day. San Francisco, sometimes we were like 11 hours on the weekends.
You mean till like midnight or something?
Yeah, more like 1 o'clock. My initiation day, I went to bed at 2 a.m. the night before initiation. I went up
because you went on Harinam?
Yeah, we're in Sunset on Hollywood Boulevard. Yeah, till 1 o'clock, I think. So it was very purifying, obviously.
In those, I remember there's a letter from Prabhupada. He said, one person stay back as the pujari and everyone else out.
Yeah. And Krishna will send devotees if you're sincere.
Mm.
Yeah. I think that's the main point. We're doing everything for the right reason. We're out there chanting the holy name to glorify Krishna and give mercy to the conditioned soul. Not to make any other point or show off or anything.
Right. Do you have any comments on anything you heard from Rupanuga Prabhu earlier?
Rupanuga Prabhu, you were talking about 1977 and everything was clear. were you saying it was clear that Prabhupada asked these devotees who were performing initiation on his behalf that they would begin giving diksha, or it was clear that everyone would be anyone who was qualified would be giving diksha? What was clear to you at that time?
That they were the only ones who would be doing it and no one else?
Or whatever was clear to you. Yeah, that Prabhupada, yeah, that could be Prabhupada wanted them, or Prabhupada just gave the green light to everybody.
No, it was clear to us that the parampara system that was always in place would go on. But these persons were specifically appointed by him. It didn't mean that no one else could come to that point.
Mm-hmm. So that was clear to everybody that these 11 would start.
Yeah, none of us thought that this was the end. These 11 were the end.
And then you know how Tamal, when he was in Topanga, he said actually Prabhupada didn't appoint anybody.
I've never understood that. I really never understood that, because he and Hasaduda later on saying like that, I couldn't understand why they were saying that. Maybe because they thought that it would counteract some of the things that they've done in the name of being a guru. I don't know, but it's never made any sense to me, because that flies. I have in my file signatures of 18 GBC people who were present and signed off on what happened at that meeting. They all signed off, and we all understood at that time everything in the same way. We wouldn't have signed off on it. And I have a copy. I have a copy of the questions that Satsvarup asked Srila Prabhupada, because we gave him the questions to ask. I also have a copy of what he entered into the record book, and it all matches. And I also have a copy of the CD of the meeting, and I have a copy of a transcript of the meeting. And I was one of the 6 GBC men who went in to sit with Srila Prabhupada and hear the questions being asked at the meeting. You see, so I have a very clear understanding of what happened. And I'm amazed that so many people are saying the opposite who aren't even there.
Right. So what did Prabhupada say about expanding the number of gurus? Did he say, how did he say that was going to happen? Or did he say anything about that?
No, he didn't. It was understood by us that he wasn't saying not to expand. He didn't say these are going to be the only gurus in the future. His books contradict that. There's so many places in the books. I just quoted earlier where a Madhyamadakari is supposed to take disciples from the Kanishta and non-devotee class of people. I mean, that's right there in the Bhagavatam. So he never contradicted anything he gave us before.
Was that everyone's understanding? Or it seems like people didn't exactly know how that was going to happen, but they understood it was going to happen. But the system,
you say people, who you talk?
The GBC, the leaders, how it was. Well, it seems like they were thinking initially we'll form a guru board and the gurus will choose other new gurus. Or they were always thinking they're going to choose. It was their responsibility.
Well, that was never discussed at that time. They created that.
Okay, so it never came from Prabhupada that you choose, you GBC choose, you leaders choose.
No.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
That was created.
Mm-hmm.
Rupanuga Prabhu, would you mind just turning the light on behind you so we can see you a little better? It's just
getting dark. Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better. Now you're glowing. I mean, you were glowing before, but it was being a little obscured.
Anyway, I took it very seriously, that meeting, because the meeting was called we called the meeting to see because we had some final questions. That was the last GBC meeting, and we had some questions about the future. We weren't at all concerned about the devotees waiting in line for initiation. That didn't even come up. In that discussion with Srila. What came up was the future, how things were, because we were being expected by him to carry on. We knew that. So we wanted to be sure that we had any questions that we had would be answered. We didn't like going in and saying, well, after you leave, we didn't like thinking like that, but we had to do it because we were stuck with a responsibility. You see? So therefore we had this meeting because we want to make sure of what we already were talking about, or just clarify what we were thinking. And that meeting did it for me. I have no question. I'm just amazed at how it's been so misinterpreted and how it's been cherry picked for certain phrases.
Yeah, mostly by people who weren't there, or
Exactly.
or everyone who wasn't there.
But the Topeka Canyon, but the fact that Tamal actually said we were never appointed is just unbelievable. I read earlier something that he wrote. I won't read it again. But I read it just to show you the mentality that he had at the time. You know, I can read it. I'll read it again because it's just so unbelievable. Because it helps to explain the mentality he had when he said that. And to this day, sometimes I think, why did he and Constitutor say that it never happened? Maybe because they just wanted to, lessen the blow on the people they left behind. I'm not sure. I still to this day don't know. But here's what Tamal said. He said,
Is this a particular book that it's coming from, or what's the source?
The source is from an essay.
Okay.
About Hare Krishna.
Okay.
That Tamal wrote as a student at Southern Methodist University.
Okay.
But when the Guru departs, Sadhu and Shastra can take on a new import, as those who succeed him become the new interpreters of past precedents, scriptural law, and the new set of circumstances. Now, to me, that speaks for itself. So anyone who could write that, I wouldn't trust whatever they said. Okay? To me, that crosses this person out as an authority for anything. If this could not be understood properly, and this wasn't written down, this means this person did not understand his duties, did not understand the parampara, he did not understand what it meant to be a guru. But I can't come out and say that because there's too many people around who are his disciples. But I'm telling you, because it's part of our open discussion. And this is a very rare occasion for me to be able to speak to others who I see on the same page as their loyalty to Srila Prabhupada, that I can speak.
It sounds like Tamal Krishna Maharaj is saying that we can nullify what Prabhupada laid out.
We can supersede. That's the word. We can supersede according to time and circumstance and according to our own understanding. And this, to me, is proof of association in academia. It pollutes the consciousness. And I believe that all these devotees who went and got their PhDs, and I've heard some of them speak along these similar lines, that they think that their education allows them to understand the movement better.
It's based on a pass the baton kind of consciousness. Just now I got the baton. Okay, I'm the one now.
Or you can't get to Srila Prabhupada except through me.
We heard that.
That's right. That's because they don't believe that Divya Gyan can be passed down through sound or through books, recorded sound, or through lectures. As I made this point earlier, Divya Gyan can be passed on from Srila Prabhupada Vani to anybody. They don't need anybody in between them and Srila Prabhupada's purports. The Srila Prabhupada gives the essence of Krishna consciousness in everything he did. There's no higher authority on this planet. Or will there be for 9,500 years? Because his books will be the law books that everybody has to follow, like just like people are supposed to follow the U.S. Constitution. Of course, they're changing it, but that's the principle. So Srila Prabhupada's books are setting the principle for governing the human race and the animals and Mother Nature and the trees and the seas and the air. It's all there in Srila Prabhupada's books, every bit of it. We're so blessed to have that inspiration. And we should be thinking every day. He said the best way to control the mind is to always be thinking how to spread this movement. So we should always be thinking how we can share with others what we've understood from Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada was the embodiment of Lord Chaitanya's missionary spirit. And he passed it on. He passed it on to me. I borrowed from him one single plume, the power of persuasion. And when I went to Buffalo, I used it to the hilt because I was authorized.
Now
And we all have the same benediction, as long as we take the same credit Srila Prabhupada did. He said, my only credit is that I never changed anything and I never cheated anyone. If we can all say that in the last moments of our lives, before we say Krishna, then we'll be honest.
your history in Buffalo is amazing. You set up a Bhagavad Gita class there, right?
Yes. Now, I was invited. Okay, I'll tell you in a nutshell what happened. So I was thinking after a year of being initiated, I was working and I had a wife and child I had to support. I have to start reciprocating. I have to pay back Srila Prabhupada. I was starting to feel guilty. So what happened was someone from the University of Buffalo contacted the storefront, I think Brahmananda, and asked if anyone could come to the University of Buffalo and teach a course in transcendental meditation. And so they had approached a master's degree student and asked him if he could do it. And he said, I can't do it, but I've seen some people down in New York. Why don't you contact them? They approached this student because he was an Indian. Okay, but he didn't know anything. So they contacted, and Srila Prabhupada was going to send somebody else because I was working. I had a family and so on. And he was going to send somebody else, but that person moved. And they were kind of young to do it anyway. So I was a little older than them. I was they say 8 years older than most devotees. And that made a big difference for me when I went up there because the students had professors that were my age. So anyway, I asked Srila Prabhupada, could I go? I had to quit a decent job. I had to go up there on my own. But I wanted to start paying Srila Prabhupada back. So he gave me permission. So I went. I started. They gave, the university gave a facility in the student union to anyone who wanted to speak on anything, any class they wanted, because they were trying to calm the students down because of the Vietnam protests. Mm-hmm. They had burned down an outbuilding. There was tear gas because they were trying to calm the students down by giving them something. So they gave them full facility to have any class, any teacher you want. So that's why I went to teach a course. So I started giving something in Bhagavad Gita. And after a while, the students were still agitated. So the administration came up with another idea. Okay, we're going to have what's called a bulletin board college. And anyone who gets their course approved by the faculty can teach for credit. Wow. So devotees some people came to me, a couple of my students said, why don't you put your course on the bulletin board? So I said, all right, I put it up. So I got like 55 or 60 signatures of students who wanted to take the course in Bhagavad Gita.
Wow.
I didn't even have a Bhagavad Gita at the time. The Bhagavad Gita was at the press. All I had was a cover of that original purple Gita that they'd sent me. And when I went to meet with the faculty committee, I had that cover with me. And I passed it around. And on the back of the cover, there was Denise Levertov, there was Allen Ginsberg and Thomas Merton, who wrote all these testimonies about the book. And it was published by Macmillan Company. they were impressed that the text I would be using was a genuine text. The two students that were on the faculty committee, they were Christians. And they tried to tell me that the Maha Mantra was a prayer, and that I was introducing prayer. And you have to have a separate state from religion, right? You can't mix state and religion, or education and religion. So I told them, no, this is not a prayer. This is a mantra. A mantra, man means mind releasing, mantra means mind, and tra means releasing. This is a mind releasing sound vibration, a meditation that's been chanted for thousands of years in India. It has nothing to do with religion.
Very good.
And so somehow now, somehow or another, the course is approved for 3 credits.
So who was the first to come that started becoming a devotee? Was it Tejas, Trivikram Swami, Burijan? Who?
Burijan was the first one. He came when I just had the experimental course. He came then. And I convinced him to go in with me on renting a small cottage-like building that we turned into a place for students to come. It was like we made it into a center. And I lived there with him. And he left soon. He ended up in Japan. And devotees from that program there, they went out, opened temples in Atlanta, Detroit, New Orleans Farm Project, and also Toronto they went.
Gunagrahi Maharaj joined there? Gunagrahi Maharaj?
He joined, yeah, he joined. Gunagrahi joined. There was some musicians. There was him and there was Deva Prastap and a couple others. Musicians were tough to preach to. They were attached to the music. So Gunagrahi joined, Prahlad joined, and Trivikram and others. They all joined.
Bhagavan,
Bhagavan,
Narottam,
Narottam.
Tejas
Tejas was also.
Chedi Raj?
No, not Chedi.
No. Lokavarnatan?
Yes, and his brother, 2 brothers. Their father was a dentist, and he did my dental work free. He was so glad to have his boys associated with the temple.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What was Lokavarnatan's brother's name? I forget now.
I forget his name. One of them passed away. I forget.
Yeah.
Which.
Yeah.
And there was Krishna Bhamani and Jagadish and Lakshmani and
Wow.
Wow, unbelievable.
Wow, that was like a Kalpavriksha tree there. So many devotees made.
it was a vortex, some sort of a vortex. I don't know what happened. All I did was borrow that plume of persuasion. And I started off by sitting in the student union and reading Bhagavad Gita in my dhoti, and we didn't have curtains, so I just had a yellow shirt. So I sat there and reading, and people would walk up, "What are you doing? Why are you dressed like that? What is that on your head?" You know, like that. So I talked, and then I went out, found a tree. It's a big tree, and I sat under the tree, and I just started chanting with the cartels. And I chanted. My eyes were closed. I opened my eyes, and there were a bunch of students standing along the walkway about 10 yards away from me. And they asked me, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" So I was explaining. And then one of them said, "Oh, I'd like to join you and go with you." And I said to him, "First you buy it, then you sell it." And they all laughed. And I realized I broke the ice. That was the beginning. Just sat under a tree, just chanted.
Like Prabhupada, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Only I just tried to imitate Srila Prabhupada.
You had little cartels.
Yeah, I had cartels.
I heard in Tompkins Square Park that some hippie brought Prabhupada a carpet to sit on, and some of the hippies were thinking this was Prabhupada's magic carpet, and if they could sit on it with Prabhupada, he would take them away.
Well, let me tell you, when I first saw Srila Prabhupada, it was in Tompkins Square Park. I went there about the middle of October, and I had my wife was with me and my child, son in a stroller. We went there, and all these people were chanting. I knew he was going to be there because the local newspaper called the East Village Other had a headline saying "Save Earth Now," and they were saying that this was the last Sunday that Swamiji was going to be at the park. It's getting cold for him. It's October in New York. So I said, I've got to go, because inside there was another picture, Srila Prabhupada with his hand on his head, looking so blissful. I just couldn't, I couldn't resist. I've got to go, because I was looking for a spiritual master. Someone had given me a book called Sarbarshan by a disciple of Guru Nanak. And in the book, it said you had to have a spiritual master to take you to the higher planetary systems and show you around the universe. And I found that very attractive. So I was always looking at the stars. So I thought, well, I have to find a spiritual master. So I saw Srila Prabhupada. And if someone had come up to me and said, this person just got out of a rocket ship that's parked over behind that big tree, I would have believed it. I would have believed it. Because that picture you're showing right now,
Yes.
that's what I saw. Although I'm in this picture, this is a little later, but that's what I saw. And I started listening, and then I sort of joined the chanting. And I used to pass the storefront on the way to work every morning. And the storefront used to say matchless gifts, and it was a store that had gifts made out of matchsticks. And I was thinking, this is too far from the rest of the East Village. It's not going to make it. And they closed. Then it was empty. Then one day I passed, and had people inside. I looked in the window, and I saw a saffron robe, which I thought, oh, here's Buddhists. I never cared for Buddhism. I don't want any interest here. But the door opened, and someone said, won't you come in? And I said, no, I'm late for work. I've got to go, which was true. I had to catch the subway. So that was my first encounter. And I don't remember what happened later. I was in the head shop, the first head shop, and I saw some books, some brown books, and I was interested. They had, different clothing in there. They had kurtas and things. They had all kinds of things, hash pipes and everything. But I saw these 3 books, and I went over and I picked one up, and it was the Srimad Bhagavatam. And I leafed through the Srimad Bhagavatam, and I was thinking, oh, this is too advanced for me. And I put it back. But later on, I was in this, I don't remember how I got the storefront, but I remember it was after that I saw Srila Prabhupada in Tompkins Square Park.
Is this the one you're talking about?
Yes, that picture they used at that big shindig out there in San Francisco. That's the picture that was from the second inside page of the book of the newspaper.
Right. I can't remember if it was Brahmananda or Gargamuni was saying, wow, look at this Swami. He's so high, he has to use his hand to hold him down. He's so high.
Yeah, one of the first pamphlets we handed out, it was a handout, it said, stay high forever.
Yes. And it worked, and the hippies loved it.
Yeah. But the West Coast was far more active. They had a lot more young people there. It was just a bigger population, and things really exploded when they got out to the West Coast. But we were very serious in New York. We actually avoided drugs, and we avoided bad association, and we were very serious. But on the West Coast, I think there was a lot more open, following people. Their drugs. They at that Rath Yatra, some hippies were passing out candy that had LSD in it.
Oh no!
And some of the devotees ate some of that candy. The Hari Giver writes that about in the Hare Krishna Explosion. Tell me, that's what it was like. It was like the drugs weren't quite that strong in the East Village. It was more of a search. There were a lot of swamis there, a lot of groups claiming to be spiritual. Their meetings. I went to a couple of them myself.
Can I tell you a quick planting the seed story about 26 Second Avenue, if you have a minute? There was a lawyer, his name was Mr. Goldsmith,
Yes.
who had put together the papers requesting the incorporation of the ISKCON.
Yes.
And that was in 1966. I was in the Brooklyn Temple dealing with the guest program, and people would call in, ask for information. And there was a call that was passed on to me. And this was probably in the 1980s sometime. And the person said, I'd like to have you come to my school, Columbia University, and speak to some of my friends about Krishna consciousness. And I said, how did you find out about Krishna consciousness? He said, well, my father was a lawyer who set up the papers to incorporate ISKCON.
Wow.
And I went with him to the temple for the signing. And when I was 1 year old, now he's calling 20 years later to have devotees come to his school to preach to the other students there.
Wow.
And it was another instance, a nice story was that opposite the United Nations building, there's a square. It's called the Dag Hammarskjöld Square. And we had gotten a permit to protest there. And what we were protesting was the mistreatment of devotees in Russia.
Uh-huh.
This was going on all over the world.
Yes, yes.
And because we had that permission, we were not approached by anybody saying that you can't do this here. So it was like you were saying, we always had to get that permit and then you could do what you wanted to do. Prabhu, I wanted to ask you about something that you started out with, and that is, what can we do now? And we have to deal with the organization and management of ISKCON, or maybe we don't, or have it perhaps a parallel organization. What do you see as the future of our group of devotees, those who are kind of disenfranchised from the ISKCON management and direction?
Okay. Well, I kind of touched on that. The last letter I got from Srila Prabhupada was in April 77. I would send a GBC report to him every month. And so in reply, I was told as part of the letter by Tamal Krishna, who was recording Srila Prabhupada speaking back to me. And at the end, he said, after receiving your packet of good news from America, which means I put a lot of things in there to encourage Srila Prabhupada. I wanted to encourage Srila Prabhupada, but so I sent in newspaper clippings. There was a big wedding in Detroit between devotees that made the newspapers. I sent that along. I sent a bunch of things. And the packet was being read to Srila Prabhupada in front of some other devotees. And at the end of the letter, he told me, he said, now Srila Prabhupada is talking more and more about going to America. He wants to go back to America to strengthen the movement to endure perpetually. And it turned out within a week or so, 2 weeks, he had booked a flight to London. And from London after Janmashtami, he was to fly to America and to Gita Nagari and call all his leadership there. That was his plan. Of course, we know he came back to Vrindavan from London. But we had made preparations in Washington to receive him, that he would be able to land and go straight from the plane right into a waiting vehicle without going through any rigmarole and immigration or anything, just get right off the tarmac. So we had made some preliminary preparations. But the question is, what would he have expected from us at that meeting at Gita Nagari? What was he going to talk about? So I'm just going to give you my opinion. My opinion is he would have said, finish that Constitution in 1 month. Because the Constitution was very important for this movement. When he first said that back in 76, he said, look at the Catholic Code of Canon Law to get an idea. I was on the Constitutional Committee. And when Srila Prabhupada disappeared, everything flew in different directions, nothing happened. But in 1983, or 82, I got a copy of the Catholic Code of Canon Law and perused it. And I could see what they did, among other things, what they gave the responsibilities, the qualifications, the disciplinary actions for everybody in the Catholic Church, from the cardinal down to the altar boy. And I could understand this was their version of Varnashram. So I could understand that clearly the Constitution had to include an explanation of Varnashram, which would have been a standard. So that anyone who claimed to be something, if they didn't do it or did something out of sorts, they could be dealt with. Any devotee could have a copy of the Constitution and if something was questionable, then it could be compared to the standard. I can understand that. Next question is, what else? What would he say to strengthen the movement? Well, my humble opinion is the next real stage in the movement, which we can't do really much with ISKCON because they're pretty much solidifying themselves as an organization, as an organized religion. But what would be the next step? The next step, in my humble opinion, is what I call a perfection at home program. Srila Prabhupada wrote several, and I was going to bring this up next meeting, but
You can do it then too. You can do it then
okay.
too.
All right. So I wasn't really prepared, but hold on a second. I think I have my cards here. Anyway, I can remember. Srila Prabhupada in 1967 wrote Ray Rama, who was concerned about devotees having kirtans away from the storefront. That he was thinking that this would take away from the kirtans at the storefront. So he wrote Srila Prabhupada about that, and Srila Prabhupada wrote back, no, he said, that is our propaganda. We want, oh, here it is. Here it is, I got it. This is exactly what Srila Prabhupada wrote back to Ray Rama, who was concerned about, having kirtans away from the temple, okay? Shall I read this?
Please.
Okay. All right, here's a letter to Ray Rama. I don't have the exact date. I just know it was in 67. With reference to the boys holding kirtans independently, our propaganda should be like that people may open different centers of their own, or each and every householder may have his own class at home, not that everyone is required to join the society. They may take the idea from the society and introduce it in their private life. And if possible, let us sell to them the paraphernalia of kirtan, cartels, mridanga, deities, and so on. So Srila Prabhupada was emphasizing this home program that, and I think I read to you before another statement he made in 69 in London's Conway Hall, in which he talked about the same thing, that people simply needed to have a picture of Panchatattva at home, and they would become God conscious. It's right here. Anyone who can adopt a simple method, there's no tax, there is no need to build a very big church or temple, anyone who chants Hare Krishna with this picture, then one will realize God. So it was a very simple program. And then again, in Madhya in Lord Chaitanya's teaching to Kurma Brahman, Srila Prabhupada says the same thing in a purport about people having the idea in their own homes. So my humble opinion is that the next step in the movement is to preach to people, not an organization, not to join the temple, but to take the idea home. And in another place, Srila Prabhupada says, and I think this is important. I can find it. He says, yes. Here he said, no. He was talking about, well, I can remember. He's saying, this movement is not a question of churchianity, where people come on Sunday and then come back the next week. Again, he was emphasizing that they take this idea home and practice it in their home, in their home life. I believe that's the next step. Instead of preaching to people, come to the temple, come to the Sunday feast, come to this, come to that, to start thinking in terms of them introducing this idea that we're giving them into their own home. I mean, in book distribution, obviously we can't talk long, but if a person is really interested, we can explain how personal this movement is, how it's tailored for them and their families, how to practice at home is a real objective. It's self-realization and God realization. I mean, certain ways we can preach in such a way to emphasize this over the organization, over joining an organized church or whatever they're making it into. I mean, when I was a college student, my friends and I would talk philosophy, and whenever organized religion came up, everybody got bored. But we were not, there wasn't an atheist amongst us. None of us were atheists. But we simply were not interested in organized religion. So, and Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur has an essay entitled Organized Church. And I've read it a number of times.
We were discussing that earlier, Prabhu. I think you were mentioning that one of the symptoms of when something becomes organized and stifled or stagnant is centralization was one of the points. And what was the other point? Centralization.
That the connection with the unconventional spiritual teacher is lost. He makes that point. So what I'm saying, you asked me, so I'm giving my opinion, that we have to change, Srila Prabhupada's disciples especially, have to change the approach we're taking with people. We have to share what we've learned from Srila Prabhupada in such a way that they understand it's personal. It's for them, for their families, for them to be happy in their own homes, in their own work. You see, as Lord Chaitanya said, it doesn't matter what anybody's doing. Let them add this. So we have to make that a more viable approach. You see, because we're out, those of us who are outside have outgrown the org. Org is short for organization.
Right.
See, what do we do? How do we preach? So unless we have roots in people's families, there cannot be a cultural revolution. There cannot be a cultural change. If you want to have a cultural alternative to what's going down now, it has to be planted. There has to be roots in people's lives, their personal lives, for there to be a cultural change. Otherwise, there's no question of cultural change. It's not a question of Sunday programs. It's a question of changing people's private lives, getting them absorbed. That's how you have a cultural change. You can't have it on a surface. It's got to have roots. As far as educational institution goes, well, we have the books. We have all the books we need. So that's my opinion, that we as individuals, we're getting older, we have wisdom, we have what we've learned from living the life of Vidya and Vidya, both of them side by side. We know what it means. And we have the ammunition, we have the knowledge, we have the realization to preach to people that this is for your person, this is for you. It's a person, this is personal. It's not an organization. It's a practice, a personal practice. It's bhakti yoga. Anyways, this idea has been slowly growing, and I haven't really, worked it out in so many details. But it's a question of attitude and approach as to what the mission, Hare Krishna mission that Srila Prabhupada brought to America, what it was. And to me, the mission was a cultural alternative and an educational institution.
Mm-hmm.
That to me was what Srila Prabhupada wanted, what he started. And I think that's what we have to, as servants of our master, we have to think about how we serve him in a way that's pleasing and enthusing to him. So I believe that this movement, he was going to, what did he mean by permanent endurance? What did he mean to endure permanently? You cannot have a permanent endurance without having cultural roots. And as he said, if the government's against the movement, it cannot succeed.
Mm-hmm.
We're not in that position. We don't want to be in a position where we are lumped in with this resistance. Where we're just lumped in. We're not lumped in. We have our own mission. And our mission, as I learned again today, was we want the people to join us in our protest against the demons, our protest against bad government, our protest against misleading the people. That is our protest. And we want the people to join in that protest. You see, we're not interested in joining their protest. We want them to join our protest, which is above any political considerations, above sense gratification.
Right. But to play the devil's advocate for a moment, just to take the side of the temple authorities for a moment, their fear or their concern that, oh no, don't go to these protests because you will get lumped in as the resistance against the government.
But we saw what happened in New Zealand.
Right.
We saw what happened. We just heard it. So that didn't happen. That could happen, but it didn't happen there because they were depending on Krishna.
Jivan Mukta, myself, and Pradyumna, who came with about a dozen from Montreal, we went the week before the UN troops came and started smashing the truck windows and locking people up and freezing accounts. We went the week before they started doing that. So, I mean, if we saw that was going on, we would have not participated. We would have left the scene. But it was still safe when we went.
Yeah, well, we have to use our intelligence.
Right.
We don't
But-
want devotees.
But as Lochanananda Prabhu pointed out, it's a duty of the authorities to have that cooperation is a two-way street, and the authorities must also trust those who are serving with them or under them that we do have some sense of wherewithal, not that they just ban us point blank.
Yeah, but they don't.
Right.
They
No,
don't.
They don't.
They don't. So this is a grassroots movement. And if there's a lack of leadership, the vacuum has to be filled.
Hmm.
We're not stupid. We know what has to be done. If we understand what the mission is, then we'll get the power from Krishna, from Lord Chaitanya, from Srila Prabhupada, the inspiration from the Lord in the heart to carry on in whatever way we see. But we have to use our intelligence. We're not going to go in the middle of a fray between the police and protesters and
Right.
jump in.
No. Exactly. I see that my friend here from Hamilton, about an hour south of me, Henry Krishna, is here, and he has gone to Vrindavan at least a dozen times. I don't know, Henry, if you're free, but Henry has encountered many teachers within ISKCON and also outside of ISKCON. I was just wondering, Rupanuga Prabhu, if you could say, what do you think, you've known many teachers, what do you think distinguishes Srila Prabhupada from the many Eastern teachers, spiritual teachers that come out of India? Henry, please meet my godbrother Rupanuga Prabhu. Henry, when did you first meet the devotees of Krishna? It was a dozen years ago, longer than that?
When I first met devotees,
Yeah.
1990,
Okay.
way back, 30 years ago, long time.
Right. And you've met many devotees that you've liked and inspired you, and you've also met devotees who sometimes you feel you may question their character or something. Is that right?
Mixed, it's quite mixed, and
Mixed.
people are struggling with their, wherever they're at kind of thing.
Right.
And, but generally, I'm struggling too, like, it's that kind of game in most cases. It felt like as far as, devotees I met, like, they were just, they had just gotten started on the path, and Prabhupada left kind of in a short time. And then they didn't really have a lot of guidance, so it was kind of like wandering. That was my impression of it. And as it was wandering, it wandered into various kinds of conflict with the different personalities. So that was my impression, if that makes any sense. So,
I don't think, Henry, you got into Buddhism much, right? Not so much.
no, not Buddhism, no.
No, more the yoga Vedanta line.
As far as over the years,
Yeah.
everything was kind of, in my mind, it was centered around Krishna. Everything that I
Uh-huh.
heard, Krishna and Ram, and And then I guess the other personality that kind of loomed rather large was Shiva. Shiva is like maybe the single biggest personality in Indian culture, in a sense, So, but in my mind, it was kind of all around Krishna. You pick your personal deity in a sense.
Ishtadev,
kind of how
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rupanuga, Henry plays the piano, and he plays the Hare Krishna mantra very nicely on the piano. It's beautiful.
So look, we're in a search. Everyone has a brain. It's searching as a human being. That's what it means to be a human being. To be intelligent as a human being means to be searching for the purpose of life, to be searching for the truth. So it requires some discrimination. If you compare Srila Prabhupada's books with anybody else, or his lectures with anybody else, if you compare it honestly with submissive oral reception, you cannot fail but reach a conclusion that his books are authoritative, that he's speaking the truth. You have to compare. If you accept Srila Prabhupada as your highest spiritual authority in your life, you're on the safe side because you'll be able to understand everything else, material and spiritual. You'll be able to understand where anybody is on the spiritual path. But you have any of us who want full spiritual knowledge have to see things through Srila Prabhupada's perspective, which is perfect. And if we understand that and take shelter of that, then all of our questions about the purpose of life, about our origin, about where we're going, about karma, about all kinds of questions are all answered in his books. And I say to you, you will not find any other publications or writings of any kind that are so complete in their capacity to answer all questions you may have. Any question you have, spiritual question, serious question, can be answered by Srila Prabhupada Vani or his teaching. I guarantee you.
Oh, you know what? It's on, sorry.
Sorry for that.
Well, anyway, I'm just saying many devotees have said to me that when they had some problem, personal problem, or so, they would just open the Gita and find the answer. You know what I'm saying? It's all there. Believe me. You have to trust Srila Prabhupada. He had no motive. He never cheated anyone. And he never changed what he learned from the disciplic succession of spiritual masters that came in. He can be trusted. He's telling the truth. So all I'm saying is you can compare Srila Prabhupada with anyone. It's up to you. But you have to make the comparison yourself. You have to compare what you've heard from him with anybody else and see who wins. See who wins. You have to make that decision, who wins. Because you're intelligent. You can understand. My bet is you'll decide Srila Prabhupada wins. That's my bet. If you give him equal time. And never mind what you've heard from any of his followers or anybody else, give him equal time.
What would you say to someone who says, well, of course, everyone will say that their guru is the best guru?
Well, read what they say. Compare with what Srila Prabhupada says.
Right.
Simple. It's simple. It's real simple. They all speak. They say something. And listen, you can always ask a person. I used to do this, try and get a person up on the intellectual platform. I would say, what would you say if someone asked you, what's the highest truth you know? That puts them up on the intelligent platform immediately. They actually have to think about, well, what is the highest truth I know? Okay. So you have to ask yourself, what is the highest truth you know? and then compare that truth with Srila Prabhupada's books.
And compare.
Compare.
I recently met a circle of people who love chanting Om Nyo Renge Kyo, Om Nyo Rengo, this Buddhist chant. And, I've only just met them. They're lovely people. I gave them prasadam. One's a naturopath, and they introduced me to their clients. I did kirtan for them. And they were raving about this chant. I said, okay, very nice. I said, just try adding the Hare Krishna mantra on. I didn't think it was a good idea to say, well, my guru came nirvishesha shunyavadi. He came to destroy voidism. Like, that doesn't make sense.
No, Lord Chaitanya's approach was logic and reasoning and humility.
Oh,
No, it's humility. It's humility that's required to go back to Godhead. That's why Lord Chaitanya puts that first in his Shikshastik. You got to chant in a humble state of mind. And those people who say we never fell, do they think they're going to be able to go back if they don't have the humility to admit that we fell in the first place? If we can't admit that we're fallen, what's the question of going back up? Right? So that's it. Humility is required. There has to be humility when we preach. There has to be humility when we teach. There has to be humility when we read, when we hear. It has to be an attitude that we're fallen. We are fallen. And that's our qualification. See, the opulence of a conditioned soul is humility. That's our greatest opulence, to be humble. Everything follows from that.
thank you. I'm just wondering, over the years, you must have met many people that were into Buddhism, and you gradually work with them. How, one thing we can say is that, well, Lord Buddha is an avatar of Vishnu. We honor him as such. However, he didn't come to teach theism. That was not his purpose. It was to stop animal slaughter.
Ahimsa.
Yes.
Ahimsa had nothing to do with human beings. It had to do with animals. But a philosophy has evolved, which we don't accept. It's voidism, we don't accept. But listen, when Srila Prabhupada said the land of voidism and impersonalism, he wasn't talking about Buddhist voidism. He was talking about scientific voidism.
Oh.
And when he said impersonalism, he was talking about religion who knew something about the servant, but nothing about the father or the master. See? So that's the impersonalism, and that's the voidism. When Srila Prabhupada came here, he wasn't preaching against Mayavadi philosophy in America. He was preaching against scientific voidism till the end. And he always said, you have to love Krishna. You've got to know him. We have his address. We have his photograph. We have his possessions. We know what he wants. We know his home. We have all that. You see? And when you don't have that, your God is impersonal. You may not be an atheist, but your God is impersonal because you can't love someone you don't know.
Right.
You can talk about love of God all day, but if you don't know, you can't love him. And
It
we
would
know
seem that.
more, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
We know more about Krishna than anybody.
Right. It would seem that Buddhism is a form of secular humanism, the idea of I want to be good, but without God. Because they appreciate the dharmic principles of Buddha. I don't know what are the noble, there's so many noble truths in being a Buddhist, but they're like being honest, doing no harm, like sattvic principles. They're attracted to that.
Yeah. And when I was visiting, I was in Bangkok, and I noticed that on many street corners, there were little shrines to Lord Buddha. And people would come up and make offerings and put those offerings. And I thought, that was very personal. So I talked to a Buddhist priest who was there at the temple. It was a temple of Buddha where the deity, the shrine was carved from one stone. I have a picture of it now. it was one emerald, carved from an emerald stone. And I talked to one of the priests there. I said, well, what happens to you after death? What do you have? He says, we achieve Buddhism. And I said, what is Buddhism? And he couldn't explain it. He couldn't tell me exactly what it was. He said, but yes, we appear, you don't become Buddha. No, we don't become Buddha. We achieve Buddhism, Buddha-like, life. So that's what I got from him. And I thought these Pure Land Buddhists, they have some devotion to Lord Buddha. Otherwise, they wouldn't be offering things to his image on the street corners.
I read in the Conversations, Prabhupada said, if they go on worshiping Buddha like this with an arctic, offering him incense and whatever else they offer, gradually they'll come to the point of discovering Krishna Bhakti. But he said that's not the recommended process. It could take a long time.
Yeah, it's too slow. It's too slow. Anyway, but because he was an avatar, an incarnation, so in that sense, he tricked them into worshiping God.
Hmm. He made the faithless faithful to him, Prabhupada said.
Yes, that was his power. He could bring faith in the faithless. That was his contribution. So he created faith in him, but he was a Shaktavesh avatar. So that's a step in the right direction.
I remember in the Leela Amrita, one boy, I think his name was Stanley, and he was talking to Prabhupada saying, I'm not sure if I want to become a Buddhist or if I want to become a Vaishnava, and Prabhupada got angry at him and said, just make up your mind, one or the other, it's almost the same, or something like that. I was surprised that Prabhupada said it's almost the same, but he shouted at him, just make up your mind and choose one.
Yeah. Don't talk about it, do something.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
yes.
It's 7:30 here.
Yeah, normally we're starting our Nectar of Instruction class now. Usually I don't go this long, but I'm really happy we could have you, and maybe we could see this as a warm-up for for Monday.
Yeah, I've probably covered a lot. I'll probably have to repeat some things.
Yeah, sure.
I don't have a big repertoire, and I'm not a Kamaduke. I just don't produce nectar at the request. You know what I'm saying? But I'll do my best. You kind of wore me out already.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking I'm abusing you by keeping you on for so long. So please.
I don't mind. I'm glad to have the association. My godbrothers and sincere followers of Srila Prabhupada.
I see you're definitely energized. Like I heard even when sometimes Prabhupada was really ill, but then when he had a chance to preach, he'd get right into it and then he'd go back to laying down again. I think it was in Mayapur or someplace.
Yeah, if I didn't preach, I would definitely get ill. That's for sure.
This is the medicine. Yes. Yeah. So I'm very grateful to you. For me, this is historical. I've been trying to corner you for the last couple of years to have this kind of a session, and finally Krishna fulfilled my desire. So thank you.
Well, I'm warning you. I'm very opinionated.
Well, I noticed. I was careful not to be the devil's advocate too many times because I didn't want to lose you.
Thank you for joining us, Rupanuga. It's an honor to meet you and speak with you and hear from you. It's really cool. I hope that, I really appreciate how you said, we'll keep this for next time, a couple of times to today. So I respect that and I appreciate that. So I hope to hear more from you and dive deeper into these things because I need to, I feel like I need to understand more all the topics you're talking about. So this is very valuable. I feel very blessed and honored. And I feel like a lot of young devotees will feel the same way. So thank you so much for sharing,
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rupanuga Prabhu.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. I just heard something from Guru Das. It's a quote from Jimona, and it is, if you have it, then you can give it. If you have it, then you can give it. If you don't have it, then you can't give it. And you have it, Prabhu, and therefore I offer full dandavats to you. Hare Krishna.
I will.
Thank you, Diane. Prabhu. He's in
Full
California there. Yeah, and we have Krishna Chandra here. He's from Long Island. And
Pronounced, Prabhu. I'm sorry I interrupted you earlier. It was completely unintentional.
have you visited the 26 Second Avenue Temple, Krishna Chandra Prabhu?
I have on many occasions, and also I was there when Srila Bhakti Vaibhav Puri Maharaj visited there in 2001.
Okay, and I'm wondering who is iPhone here? iPhone Das. Oh, that's Diane. Okay.
Oh, that's me, I guess.
Okay, Prabhu. Thank you. Just curious. That's all.
I don't know
I'd just
how to
like to,
change it.
yeah, I'd just like to point out that we were probably a dozen devotees at one point on this, and this was unscheduled. So
Absolutely.
when we do schedule a call with Rupanuga Prabhu, we're expecting a nice turnout. So, and yeah, please, like, feel free. This is really amazing, and I hope to hear more and more from you. Yeah, so really, thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming. And,
Our god brother, our god brother and god sister Daneshvar and Nanda Patni have arrived, because we're usually reading Nectar of Instruction at this time. If you still feel fired up, Rupanuga Prabhu, you're welcome to lead us in a Nectar of Instruction reading.
I think one of the most important things in Nectar of Instruction is Rupa Goswami's explanation of love. And this explanation is about love between devotees.
Yes.
Giving in charity, exchanging prasadam, and revealing one's mind, which of course means not only problems, it means realizations too. So those 6 qualities from each person, both sides, are what Rupa Goswami calls love in this material world. So there can be love in this material world between devotees. Otherwise, love was intended for Krishna. Srila Prabhupada said that many times. Love is really for Krishna. But there can be real love between devotees based on those 6 symptoms. To me, that's probably the most important thing in the instructions from Rupa Goswami. Srila Prabhupada said, this Nectar of Instruction is the final instruction of Rupa Goswami to the neophytes. And that's us. And there's also talk about from the beginning to the end, it's progressive. So I always felt before I would dare take a bath in Radhakund, I would have all those first characteristics first before I would dare do it. Because
we were discussing. Go on, sorry, please continue.
I don't want to say anymore. You all have your class.
No, we don't want to stop hearing from you, but I want to respect that you're Prabhupada's age right now. Wow, you're 82, just like Prabhupada was.
He was 80. I'm in my 83rd year. I don't know why I'm still alive. I guess in order to stay alive, I have to keep being as transparent as I can. As opinionated as I may sound, it's my transparency.
Krishna has a lot more seva for you to do. We need your inspiration and was it 2 full years that you sat in front of Prabhupada at 26 Second Avenue hearing his classes?
From October 66 until February 68.
Wow. Whew. Amazing.
Kept me going.
And you could go up to his room. I went up to where Prabhupada stayed there in the apartment behind.
Yeah, we could do that on occasion. When he was away, we could go into his room and chant japa. But I remember that I remember when I went to ask Srila Prabhupada for initiation. So he had an apartment behind the storefront. There was a small courtyard. And he was on the second floor. And a small apartment with a front room and another small room. He was for his office, and then there was a kitchen and a bathroom. That was it. So Kirtananda had come down one day and said, Swamiji is going to wants to have initiations this weekend. If anybody wants to be initiated, they should go and talk to him. So I've been talking with Jodharani about getting initiated. We'd been there about 2 weeks. And I decided, I think I should be initiated. So
after just 2 weeks? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I thought, well, listen, if you sat there and listened to Srila Prabhupada, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and every morning Bhagavatam class, you'd get the idea.
Right.
The message was clear. So I decided, well, I'm going to go up. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go up and ask Srila Prabhupada if people will accept me. I had a little speech I was going to say, a little thing I had prepared. And I was going to say, Srila Prabhupada, will you accept me as your disciple and teach me Krishna consciousness? That was my speech. So I went up to his room. I paid we only had the first mantra. We didn't have the second mantra. So I paid my obeisances. And I sat up and I said, Srila Prabhupada, would you? Yes.
Oh, wow. He read your mind.
He just said, yes. So anyway, that was it.
Wow. That must have blown your mind.
Me and Jodharani were initiated at the same time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
So things moved quickly in those days because Srila Prabhupada was recruiting. He was recruiting. He was heavily recruiting. So you listen to some of those lectures in 1966. I mean, he is asking for help to spread a movement. It was a revolution. And that's why I joined. I could detect this was a revolution. I had that kind of spirit anyway. And when I saw this as a revolution for the right cause, it seemed that whatever Srila Prabhupada was saying was right. So I always saw it as a revolution, a spiritual revolution. I still do.
When I first met you in early 1977, using this verse as a reference, offering gifts in charity, accepting charitable gifts, revealing one's mind in confidence, confidentially inquiring. What's the other one? Offering prasadam and accepting prasadam. So I remember you telling a couple of stories. One story I remember you telling us was you were walking down the new Manhattan Street with Srila Prabhupada and some brahmacharis, and Prabhupada pointed to a watermelon salesman, and he told you, because you were the grahasta, then you should go buy watermelon and to feed all the brahmacharis, because it's the duty of the grahasta to take care of the brahmacharis. Do you remember me telling that story?
It sounds familiar, but I don't remember specific.
Yeah, I remember that story. I remember you telling that story. And so, yeah, I mean, of course, we know giving us the holy name is the greatest gift that Prabhupada gave us, but were there some exchanges like that where you gave Prabhupada a personal gift or that he gave you something personally?
Well, I guess the exchange was obedience.
Uh-huh.
That's what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted obedience. He wanted help.
That's all he wanted from us is our obedience.
Yeah. He wanted help.
Did Srila Prabhupada ever reject someone if they weren't obedient?
Okay, in due course of time, he's rejected a couple of people that came up, and we all know about it. But in those days, Srila Prabhupada was very liberal. When Hari Griva was initiated, he had a head of hair and a big beard like Mad Mountain Dean. And then there was Ray Rama, he had a beard. And there was Gargamuni had hair down to his shoulders. And they were initiated before I was. So Srila Prabhupada was very liberal to start.
He gave us a second chance or a third chance.
Oh, sure.
One other story I remember you telling us is when the Bhagavad Gita was published and it was sitting on some shelves. And I believe he asked Brahmananda, if my memory serves me, this is coming from you, from 77. And he was asking, I believe, Brahmananda, why aren't you trying to distribute my Bhagavad Gita? And Brahmananda said, well, we don't really know how to do that. And Prabhupada said, if you don't make the effort to distribute my Bhagavad Gita, you can go on with your Hari Hari Bol, and I'll just go back to India. Even I need to be encouraged.
Well, I don't remember that, but it sure makes sense.
Huh.
A lot of things I don't remember. I'm not like a Kamaduk that produces milk on demand.
Didn't Prabhupada say he was like that? He said, I'm like a cow.
Yeah, you
Whatever.
keep, yeah, I'm a cow. It's like you're keeping me like that.
Anyway, I want to respect you and let you go. You're welcome to stay, and we can read Nectar of Instruction together. But if you need a break, it's been 4 hours for you.
Well, I never need a break from preaching, but I'm saying I don't know what I can contribute at this point. I mean, you have your readings, and you have your sangha, and you have your group, and you all support each other. I don't know what I can do.
Well, we've been looking at this verse, Dadati Pratigrinati, these 6 loving exchanges, and
Oh,
you may like to elaborate on it. We usually take turns reading a paragraph or two each, and you're welcome to chime in and elaborate.
well, I think I already did. I said that this was because Srila Prabhupada said there's no love except loving Krishna. And all love is intended for Krishna. So, but here we see Rupa Goswami is pointing out that real love, actual love, can exist between devotees here in this material world, and how that can be done. And that applies to every ashram. It applies to Grahastha ashram between husband and wife. As far as brahmacharis, it applies to all of us. And we can engage other people when we give them prasad. We're engaging them in a loving relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and that's also there. And when we speak to someone, preach to someone, we're also giving in charity of our time. You see, our precious time, which is limited. So these are really practical applications of Krishna consciousness. There should be much more of a studying of this verse. You see, because we're surrounded by an age of fault finding and hypocrisy. So we want to finish all that between devotees. And it's not that criticizing someone is always fault finding. Sometimes we hear that, oh, aparad, if you criticize. No, there's constructive criticism also. So that is part of revealing one's mind. There's so many things that could be included in these 6 points of exchange. But it's encouraging to understand that we can actually love one another. It's a spiritual brotherhood, you see. And there has to be that appreciation of someone else's service and someone else's story. But I think the practical matter is how much we love Srila Prabhupada. That's what I think. There's real love between a disciple and spiritual master. The spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, proved many times how much he loved us. Now it's up to us to prove how much we love him. We have to find a way to spread his teachings as they are. If we can convert one soul to become his follower, that's a great contribution. I think we have to concentrate on our preaching now with whatever we've learned, whatever wisdom we have, with whatever we've understood from Srila Prabhupada, and without fear, without hesitation, and full conviction, use it on other people. You know, convince them of Srila Prabhupada's position as Acharya, world Acharya, as a universal teacher. See, because everybody wants to have someone they know is telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so much lying and false propaganda everywhere.
Yeah. More than ever now, it's totally out in the open, shamelessly, relentlessly. The
And
media-
yes, and the internet's a purveyor of it. There's so much disinformation and nonsense on the computers.
So we need that more than ever amongst ourselves. What do you think of that statement? Any thoughts on Srila Prabhupada stating, "Your love for me will be shown by how well you can cooperate together once I am gone"?
Yeah, I've heard that many
To keep
times.
this movement together, he said. Your love for me will be shown how you can keep this movement.
Yeah, and that's also used
Yeah,
by ISKCON management
right,
as a hammer.
right.
That if you don't cooperate, you're not following Srila Prabhupada's instructions.
If you don't cooperate with me,
Yes, right. So that can be abused.
right.
And your love for me will be shown how much you cooperate with each other. Okay. But cooperate about what? To do what? That's the question. You're not getting my cooperation for anything other than what Srila Prabhupada wanted. And I know what he wanted because I can find it in his letters to me and in his books and in his lectures. I have confidence that I've understood at least some of the essence of his teachings.
Daneshwar or Nandapatni, would you like to share any thought or question with Rupanuga Prabhu on this point?
Well, I'd just like to offer my respects, Prabhu. I was with you for a short while, I do believe, in the townhouse at Capitol Hill in about 1984. You had a preaching project there, and Jaya Jagadish, I was married to Jaya Jagadish, and we came there and stayed at that house. I remember you there all those many moons ago. Mm-hmm.
And I'll say I'm happy that Rupanuga Prabhu could make it. When I saw him last week, he was saying you didn't know how to figure out this technology stuff, but I see that you did, and it's very nice. Happy to see you here.
It was purely accidental. I hadn't planned it this way at all.
So this topic, cooperation, I've often thought, because cooperation is a sign of love, I thought, wow, you could do a huge seminar. What does it really mean to cooperate? Cooperation is a two-way street. It's not a one-way street.
What kind of a street? You see, cooperate about what? You see, people cooperate to do all kinds of things.
To please
So the
Srila Prabhupada.
Right. So the cooperation means you have to know what the subject matter is. You have to know what the goal is. You have to know what the purpose is. Right? So there has to be a mutual agreement for cooperation. There's constant discussion on subject matters that are controversial, can go on and on and on. They have gone on already for decades. Controversy takes on a life of its own. And as I said before, Srila Prabhupada said that in a discussion, and it doesn't matter how long it goes, in a discussion, if a decision cannot be reached, further discussion is prajalpa. So my humble opinion.
Is that something that Prabhupada said himself? He said like that?
Yeah. I'm remembering that. That's my paraphrase, but that's the essence of it. I heard it in a lecture I was listening to. And it's really very important, I think, because what happens is the conversation goes on for decades and there's no decision. There's prajalpa. So we can go on and on and on with controversies, which are, and I explained what I thought my opinion was about how a controversy is born in the spiritual movement. It's born when an order or instruction of Srila Prabhupada is neglected or contravened or superseded or interpolated. As soon as that happens, that instant, right then and there, a controversy is born.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that that's what is occupying everybody more than anything else is the controversies about the history, about this and that. But to me, there's no controversy about the mission, but that's still a controversy. Outreach. We're going to outreach. We're going to have interdenominational cooperation, right? But all these different things that have come up over the years after Srila Prabhupada disappeared. We have created so many controversies. And what that does, in my opinion, is it keeps everybody in the same box. Because the controversies are always about ISKCON. So everybody stays in the ISKCON box. See? But suppose the ISKCON box is limited. Suppose the ISKCON box is not the box that the original box. Suppose it's still different.
Why does it have to be a box? Why does it even have to be a box? Why does there have to be a box?
Because it doesn't change, because the same issues are there year after year after year. And then when you have to respond to the issue, you're absorbed, your energy is absorbed in the controversy. See? And the energy is okay if a conclusion is reached.
Right.
But if a conclusion is not reached, the energy best be pointed at preaching.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have much time left. You know, we don't have much time left. We don't have much time. And we want to enthuse your Prabhupada. Every day we pray, let me try to understand my spiritual master who is always in blissful Krishna consciousness. Let me meditate upon him being enthused as he is enthused us. I mean, that's the mentality of a disciple. How do we enthuse Srila Prabhupada? To see how we're carrying out his plan the best we can, to our best capacity, whatever that may be. That's up to the individual. But you see, if we stay involved always in the controversies, then where's the preaching? See, to the people. Remember, this movement was targeted to the people.
Mm-hmm.
And when we have all this implosion and all this in-house debates on Facebook, what does it have to do with the people?
Mm-hmm.
And their suffering? And Srila Prabhupada said at the end of every stanza in his offering to his Guru Maharaj, you suffer to see the suffering of the conditioned souls.
Mm-hmm.
So that's our position. If we really suffer to see the suffering of the conditioned souls, what are we going to do about it? We go on Harinam, we preach, whatever we can do. But we have to be outward oriented. We have to end the in-house debates.
Mm-hmm.
All this exchanging, it's back and forth on Facebook. That's why I got off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Endless discussions on the same thing over and over. I could tune in again after 6 months and I could still find the same questions. So what does that mean? It means that we're being distracted from the people. We're being distracted from reaching out or preaching or sharing. I like the word share. I love it. Sharing what we've learned from Srila Prabhupada with other conditioned souls. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm. That's our love for Prabhupada. That's our cooperation.
Yes. That's why I say it's all a matter of lack of love of Srila Prabhupada. The more we love Srila Prabhupada, the more we do what he says. The more we understand his mission. The more we appreciate Srila Prabhupada. And how can we not? Srila Prabhupada is a unique figure and a unique personality that has accomplished what's never been done before in the history of this planet. To bring it out to the rest of the world. To bring it out of India. Who has ever done that? To bring the Bhagavad Gita as it is out of India to the rest of the world in so many different languages. His Guru Maharaj said, go and preach to the English-speaking people. And he went to speak to all kinds of people, including those who speak Swahili.
55 languages.
Yes.
His books translated.
He didn't stop there. He went ahead and went on, carried on beyond his spiritual master's order. We can never do that, but what we can do is preserve it and perpetuate it and protect it as it is. And if we use that power, we can convince others. That's where the conviction comes from Srila Prabhupada and our loyalty to him. That's where conviction comes from. And if we're convicted or convinced, we can convince somebody else. That conviction has to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we can't convince anybody else. Rick Ram told me once, he said when he first met me in our little cottage, it was me and him sitting across from each other. He said to me, I looked you in the eye and I said, who is Krishna? And I said, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he said, I knew you were telling the truth. And he became a devotee.
That was Buri John?
No, Trivikram.
Trivikram, okay.
And then he said, well, what can I do? Another time he said, what can I do to do some service? I said, go out and help my son wash the car. And so he went out to help Kendra wash the car, but Kendra was about 5. And Kendra said to him, don't speculate. And Trivikram said, that was my first lesson in Krishna consciousness. A 5-year-old. The Trivikram was a little older than the others. He took sannyas in 1970.
Right.
Anyway.
Can I ask a question to Rupanuga?
Please.
I just want to ask Rupanuga Prabhu, I don't want to be controversial, but I just want to know what your thoughts are on ISKCON of America, at least. It seems like only Indians are joining the temple now. And as you were saying, that Srila Prabhupada said that, you know, he came to speak, to preach to the English-speaking people. And, you know, Indians are all spirit souls. They're not American. They're not really Indian. They're spirit souls. So in that way, it seems like it's okay. But in another way, it seems like it's not okay. That they're only preaching to the Indians to make money rather than to make, to preach the message, as you said.
thing for Shoshi.
Would you like to respond to that, Rupanuga, about the emphasis on how some temples we see it's 98% Indian people and hardly any Westerners? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, well, first of all, Srila Prabhupada said that to be born in India, you're 50% Krishna conscious. To be born in India, you're 50% Krishna conscious. That means many of the Indians we are dealing with are coming from a spiritual culture beyond our kin. Okay, so I'm thankful, personally, to the Indians who are carrying the ball, because they're filling a gap, they're filling a vacuum where there should be Americans or more Americans, and they may have brought with them certain traditions which are a little strange or water things down a bit, but they are supporting the movement.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm grateful to those people who have come forward and are supporting the movement and filling the gap where there are no Americans. There should be more Americans because the preaching, factually speaking, the energy of the leadership in the movement is focused in India. When I asked one guru who owed me something years ago, can you send me a couple of brahmacharis to teach how to preach in America? Because I knew Indians automatically had the attention of Americans. Srila Prabhupada knew that. That the Indians were interested in what America was doing. So I asked this devotee, could you send me, he said, oh, we have so many projects here in India. And there were like 10 temples in Delhi, 10. And so many temples all over. What they should be doing with those Indian devotees is teaching them to come out and preach in the world. And people would be very much interested in what they would have to say. That's what Lord Chaitanya wanted. He said, Srila Prabhupada said, at least the Bengalis, at least to go out and preach Lord Chaitanya's mission. How else is it going to be in every town and village? You see, Indians to me are in reinforcement. They are, but they have to be, just like in Washington. When I was president there in New Hastinapur, Srila Prabhupada came there in 1976. It was the 10th anniversary of ISKCON. And we made him a huge cake with 10 candles on it. Took 4 devotees to carry it out. So Srila Prabhupada was sitting on the Vyasasana. And I made a point to introduce the Indians to Srila Prabhupada as the representative of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Most Indians had knowledge of Ramchandra and Krishna and Balaram, but Lord Chaitanya, they didn't know. They didn't realize it was Lord Chaitanya's mercy that brought Srila Prabhupada here. Once they started understanding more about Lord Chaitanya, they stopped speaking about the temple as the temple and start speaking about our temple. It's our temple. So I really appreciated that. Some of the Indian gentlemen there were so helpful to me. And they became life members and they came regularly. That's true. They have the tradition. So I have nothing, personally, they're filling a gap. And of course, they're a little more internally oriented towards each other. They have meetings amongst themselves and so on and so on. I was always hoping to introduce the Perfection at Home program to tell them, say, hey, look, where you work, everybody respects you. You're productive, you're intelligent, you're honest. Why don't you invite somebody over to taste your wife's cooking? Why don't you invite them over to your house for some prasadam? Why don't you show them your deity? Why don't you introduce your culture? See, that's the point I was at when I had to resign. But that's the point I was at. I wanted to teach the Indians to invite the people they work with to their homes, not just each other.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So there's a whole thing that could have been used with all these Indians coming. They could have been used more for preaching. They could have been trained more for preaching to the Americans.
Yes.
You see?
No, Rupanuga, there are some devotees. I'm sorry, I'm jumping in. There's some in Atlanta, one of the devotees, an Indian body devotee, He's distributing lots of books. He was on Namras's show, I think.
Mahotsaha.
And so there are some. It was nice to see that from the Atlanta Temple, there are some Indian body devotees who are actually doing some good preaching there.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. But what I'm talking about is a much larger scale. It requires some vision, you see, to take advantage of them, of the Indian disciples or Indian devotees, to take advantage. They have a certain advantage and that can be utilized. People look to India. People still look to India for spiritual knowledge. It's still there. And especially they've come here and they've proven that they're intelligent. They've proven that they're honest. They're proven that they're productive. Anybody who works with them knows it. So they've already got a platform to stand on, a respectability. But they have to be shown and trained how to use it. Like all these Indians that are coming to the temples, some of them could be preachers. They have to be cultivated. But in order for that to happen, the leaders have to have a vision. The Srila Prabhupada said America was his father, and India was his mother. And he rejuvenated and had the Hare Krishna movement take off in America. And he was very grateful. In 1975, I think it was in Mayapur, after giving, this was after the World War III walk, World War III tape, the famous tape. Srila Prabhupada, and I was right next to him. Srila Prabhupada went into the temple in Mayapur and he gave a Chaitanya Charitamrita class. And after the class, as if no one else was in the room, he started preaching to the American devotees. I'm so grateful to you. I know that you have this capacity to fight communism. Keep this up. Srila Prabhupada was talking about how, in other words, he was saying you have this capacity. And he said, even if things don't work out in other countries, it will be successful in your country.
Wow.
I can read that to you. I have transcribed it verbatim, what he said. It was, and this is 74, okay? This is when the movement was established all over the planet to a certain degree. And he's still preaching to the Americans that way. He said, your country has more potency. And even if other countries don't, it will be successful in your country. He gave that benediction. He gave that empowerment in front of everybody. He spoke to the Americans as if they were the only ones in the temple. How much he was grateful to them. Next time we meet, I'll read it. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. And the empowerment that Srila Prabhupada gave to the Americans. I'm not saying America's better than this or that, or I'm just telling you this is the history. What's become of it, that's another thing. But this is the history of Srila Prabhupada's desire. You see? And that's why America is still, the potency is still there. But how to get it out, how to spread it, how to strengthen it under present conditions, that is the question. The Indians already have a perfection home program going. They have their programs at home. They go to each other's homes. And to that degree, the Indians have planted a cultural change, a cultural movement here. But the Americans have to do it. Mm-hmm. The Indians already have that culture, and they're putting the roots in because they're working amongst the Americans. Mm-hmm. And they're purifying the place. He said, Srila Prabhupada said, I want our men to go into every field and purify it by their presence. So if we want to have a cultural movement that Srila Prabhupada wanted, we need to engage the Indians. Besides ourselves, we have to use what their nature is. In India, Every village has a festival every week. It's their culture. It's why Krishna went there, to India. Indians are this chosen people. They just haven't lived up to their benediction like they should. So I say the Indians are being preached to, and that, okay, fine. Let it happen that way. Let them, they're maintaining the temples. They're bringing in the Lakshmi. They're filling the gap. But they cannot be treated simply as Indians. They have to be treated as equals, or if not superiors. It's like when Srila Prabhupada saw the children in the Gurukul. He said, they're more advanced than you are because they're starting younger. So they were more advanced than their teachers were.
Wow.
So this is the science, Prabhus. We have to understand the practical application of the science of Krishna consciousness, the science of self-realization, the science of God realization. It is a science, and Srila Prabhupada has been teaching us the science from the beginning. And there's an applied science, and that's what preaching is. Preaching is applying science. We have to apply the science. We have to have faith in the science that it will work. We have to challenge the people. Like I used to say, I mentioned this before, sometimes to get a person up on the platform of intelligence is pretty hard these days because everybody's fixed on the TV set. I would say, like, if somebody walk up to you and ask you, what's the highest truth you know, what would you say? Boom, that gets them up to the intellectual platform immediately. And intelligence is the next door neighbor of the spirit soul.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to know the science and apply it. Is that opinion okay?
Yes.
Yes.
That's my opinion, all right? Rupanuga is very opinionated, but that's my opinion.
The reason I asked that question about the Indians, am I being heard? I don't know.
Yes, you are.
The reason I asked that question about the Indians is I'm in Vaisheshika's temple, ISKCON of Silicon Valley. That's in the San Francisco Bay Area. I love Vaisheshika. I think he's a pure devotee. He's made thousands of devotees here, mostly Indian, and they're all reading and they're all distributing books like Mahotsava in Atlanta. But, you know, I still find, here's something that happened the other day to me. I was visiting the temple in the middle of the day because I'm an Uber driver and I just happened to be close by. And I went to the temple and I ran into the UPS driver who goes there all the time. And I got him some Maha Prasadam, and I told him what Maha Prasadam was, and he was very appreciative and very interested. And of all the times he's been to the temple, no one has ever approached him and gave him prasadam. So I just feel like it's because of the Indians not being brave enough or courageous enough to come out of their shell or something like that. Yeah.
It's a downside of their cult. It's a downside of their culture. For example, I noticed in New Hastinapur, or what they call Potomac, when I was president there, that at the Sunday feast, the Indian guests would just stand there. They'd stand in front of the deities, but they wouldn't dance. The devotees would all dance. I've also seen they'll sit in front of the deities and respect, very respectful. They have to be taught how to preach. You see, now like the devotees are distributing books, but also they have to preach to people who come to the temple and welcome them and realize the purpose is to let the people see the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to encourage them, to feed them prasadam. The temple is for the public. Temples are traditionally for sannyasis and brahmacharis in India, but they're also for the public. And who's the public? They're all householders. They're all householders. And you can bet your dollar this, some of them have their own little temples at home. So they're not trained in India or in their families to preach. Of all the sampradayas, the Vaishnava sampradayas, 3 of them are sitting in India. Only the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya had come out of India with a message to the world. The Indians.
Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada.
Yeah. The Indians are chosen people, but they were chosen by Krishna to preach. That's what Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur was doing. He opened 64 mats, large and small, 50 of them, mostly 50, in Bengal for what purpose? To train up sannyasis to come out of India and preach in the world. That's why he did it. So he wanted them to preach. And he was so disgusted when they started spending more time arguing over rooms in the temples. He said, tear up the marble and let's sell books. Just print books. And Srila Prabhupada said he left soon. He was only 62 when he disappeared, Bhaktisiddhanta. I'm 82. He was 62 when he disappeared. Because he was disappointed in the fact that the disciples could not pick it up, that the mission was to preach outside of India. Srila Prabhupada understood that from the beginning. And he always thought about it until the time came for he finally was able to come out and carry out that order. One Indian. He said, at least one. He said, at least one has come. So we have to understand something about the mission, which is really basically we're all empowered preachers. We can share with conviction what we've learned from Srila Prabhupada with anyone. And we can encourage anyone who's trying to understand Srila Prabhupada's books. And thank goodness for all the Indians who have come forward and supporting it, like this temple being built now in Washington, primarily financed by the Indian congregation. And when that temple goes up, it'll be a magnet. So many tourist buses will be directed there. They even did it when I was there, when we had a temple in an ex-basketball court. And imagine a new temple going up in one of the wealthiest counties in the country, where all the neighbors are millionaires. A safe place. And people will come when that temple's finished because it'll be a tourist attraction. And you're right. What are they going to get? They're going to get prasadam. They're going to get a look at the deities. It's a whole new life for people. So the original
Maybe a vaccine too.
What?
Maybe a vaccine.
Sorry, I'm very controversial.
What do
He
you
said
say?
maybe we'll get a vaccine too.
Well, look, that's again a controversy, but that's not the mission. The mission is not to be a place to get jabbed or tested. That, there's reasons for that. One of the reasons is to be accepted. Instead of making a cultural change, to be assimilated. I'm okay, you're okay. We're just another, as I read to you before, another member of the family of Hindu faiths, right? That keeps us in everybody's favor. But that's not, we're not a member of the family of Hindu faiths. As I read to you before, the definition was given by our PR, not our PR, but by ISKCON PR department. I'm not going to go over that again because new people have joined. And I don't know why I'm still talking, but still, the idea about Indians, I personally have my experience, that the Indians I've dealt with have been very cooperative and very sincerely appreciative of Srila Prabhupada as life members and as initiates of my godbrothers. So I think
I agree, Prabhu. I agree, Prabhu. Thank you.
May I say one thing, Prabhuji? Let me introduce myself. My name is Nahush. I go to the Detroit temple, and I see that the Indians are ready and willing to do different types of services like book distribution, etc. But they need a little bit of a leadership, like need somebody to show them the way, and then they'll be very supportive in that regard. Even for me, like, you know, I always felt like maybe we should have a preaching center out, you know, in the suburbs or where there's more of a American population, so to speak. But I was not able to do that. But my friend, his name was Dave Madhava, he started it up, and I'm helping him, supporting him, you know, with services and, you know, and I'm helping to distribute books and stuff. So I think a lot of Indians are in favor, like you said, are in favor. They just need someone to take the lead, and they'll be very supportive.
All right.
I
agree with you, but the point I'm making is this is a grassroots movement from the beginning. So if we're talking about a grassroots ready, then leadership will come out of that grassroots. If the leadership's not coming down from the top, then let it come up from the bottom. Okay, it has to be done. It just takes one soul who's a little inspired, understand the mission to lead. We don't have to wait for official approval from a guru or a GBC to do what Srila Prabhupada said. If it's come to that, we're finished. If we have to depend on somebody else to tell us what Srila Prabhupada wants, where are we going? If we don't have the leadership, either in ISKCON or outside the ISKCON, where are we going? There's got to be a leader. When there's more than two people, one's a leader. If the Indians need leadership, then let someone step forward. We don't have to have approval for doing what Srila Prabhupada said to do. If we think so, then we're tight. We're just tight. We're just immobile.
Disempowered.
Yes, it's got to stop. Devotees who have any sense of what has to be done, they have to do it. This is a free country still, and people can do what they want to do. They have free will. And if they really understand the mission, then they're not going to let anything get in the way. So it only takes one live person to get things going. If there's somebody who knows, has an idea of what to do, then it's up to him to convince others. Srila Prabhupada always wanted everyone to take initiative. He never wanted to have a top-heavy administration that people would have to beg from. And right now, too many people in the ISKCON organization are using ISKCON as a means of livelihood. And Srila Prabhupada said, and I've got the quote right here, but I can remember, he said, if one takes salary for devotional service, it is not good because he's serving the money and not the cause. So the point is to bring the cause up front. If the local Indians, devotees that you know, can do that, then let them do it. Let them turn their own home into a place where people can come. That's the best way for them to do it. They're all well established. They all have good jobs, a good income. They have nice homes. They can turn their homes into places for Krishna conscious preaching. As I said before, they all work with others, Americans and others, Hispanics and African Americans. They work with all these people. They're in every field, and they're usually the top of their field, and they're respected, and they're appreciated, and they're intelligent, and they're productive, and they're reliable, and they have a good reputation, whether they realize it or not. So they can step out of that and invite people to their humble abode, or they can talk about Krishna and talk about Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is a famous book in the world. See, they have a tradition behind them. It's the preaching part that's missing. The preaching part's missing in the rest of the Vaishnava Sampradayas, for goodness sake. There's 4 of them, and 3 of them are sitting in India. But the Gaudiya Sampradaya, the Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya, has come out. And that's what it's all about. And Kali Yuga.
Prabhuji, I'd like to suggest that we do a weekly seminar with you speaking to the Indians, because you're so enthusiastic, and I'm quite sure that you can inspire them. Can we arrange that?
Jai.
I'd love it. I'd love it.
Let's do it.
I have great respect for the Indians, because their Krishna consciousness is just below the skin, just below the surface. It's in their blood. They're born with it, especially those who are born in India. Now, the kids I would meet, even back at 87, back in New Hastinapur, I could see these children were being so much influenced by their American counterparts. And so when my wife established a Sunday school for the boys 6 to 12, and I mentioned it to Srila Prabhupada in one of my GBC reports, he wrote back very enthusiastic, "You're giving them their culture," he said.
Jai.
So we can do that. We can remind them. We can and just preach to our contemporaries and age. You know, I'm not talking about the children. I'm talking about the adult Indian devotees who are out in the world. They just have to be understanding. They've got a potency. They've got a potency. It was given to them by Krishna, by Lord Chaitanya, and by Srila Prabhupada. They've got a potency. He approached somebody
when he stops.
What?
Nirhari's had his hand up for some time. Our godbrother Nirhari Prabhu is here, and Bhavacharini are here. They weren't muted, that's why their voices came through. But they've been, I think they've been patiently waiting to either share a comment or ask a question. You probably, I don't know if you'll remember. Do you remember Nirhari Prabhu and Bhavacharini?
This is your fault that you're getting me to go on with this. I wasn't supposed to be going into your class, into your discussion, nectar instruction. So I'm blaming you for this.
You can blame me all you like.
All I wanted to say is that I want to pay my obeisances to you, Rupanuga Prabhu. You might not remember me, but Hanuman married my sister, Bhaktisastri. In 73, we were introduced to Srila Prabhupada in Los Angeles. And I met with you, well, I saw you actually in New York. I was traveling with Gargamuni and Keshava, Bhutatma, that Sankirtan, or that collecting party. And for many decades, I felt really bad about what transpired that morning in 75 in New York City, where you were mistreated by the sannyasis present. And it was all about the 5th canto coming out and how women were witches, etc. And sannyasis were really the only true devotees. So I always felt really bad, and being rank and file, I had nothing to say in that moment. It was quite a very fanatical.
Yeah, but let me tell you, I turned it around because 2 years ago, a lady walked up to me at Alachua during a Sunday feast. She walked up to me and said, "You saved us." I said, "What?" She said, "You saved us." She said, "I was in New York when the sannyasis were spitting on the floor in their elevators. And you came out.
Yes.
You got all the temple, you got all the devotees together and said, this will stop. Anybody else, any sannyasi who disrespects a woman in this temple has to go." So I turned it around in the end.
Very good. Good for you. Actually, the worst. As our dear God sister Rosangi. Haribo. But actually they were actually not spitting on the floor. It was even worse than that. Actually, they were spitting on the women, the elevators. They became really, really horrible, very horrible.
Well, they were treating
scene.
them like they were dogs, but they were our mothers.
Yes.
And when I found out about it, I didn't find out about all the gory details, but I called the whole temple together in the restaurant area, and I told them, there'll be no more of this disrespect in this temple. And anybody who does has to go. And it stopped. And I forgot all about it until this lady walked up to me a couple of years ago and said, "You saved us." I didn't know what she was talking about.
Jai Ho. And then the next time, something that you did in reference, and I knew what Prabhupada's wishes were, because with Hanuman, my sister, we were in Montreal in November, I think was November, towards the end of November of 77. You call Hanuman on the phone, and he said, Prabhupada asked me to tell you and all the rest of the devotees, would included all, my family and all the rest of the devotees in the Montreal temple to come. And I was a good collector, but at that particular moment, I didn't have the money and idea. So I went to the temple president to ask. I said, you know me, I'm a good collector. I can, in a week I'll have the money for all the tickets that you need. The devotees, Rupanuga Prabhu is calling, Prabhupada is saying that, Prabhupada is asking everybody, no, that's not the directive, Prabhupada, no way, temple president was saying. And, we're supposed to be here and do our duty and continue the book distribution and like that. I said, well, that's not really what Prabhupada wants right now. This moment is calling us, and Rupanuga Prabhu is on the phone. Hello, I said, no, I can't help you. And next thing I know, next morning he took off to India. It was one of the TP, whatever you call him now. I don't want to name it. So anyhow, I felt really, really bad. The only one that really stood up for the truth in that famous morning at that breakfast that you forgot, or maybe not now you remember, the only one that stood up against these fanatics, it was you. So I wanted to thank you for that. And I don't know if you remember, but I mean, and also like, well, my brother-in-law is, is in a very bad space, and he's hurt from the interaction with ISKCON. He went too far now. It's like he's transpiring to spilling over to towards Srila Prabhupada. So, but I know that how much respect he always had for you, and so it will be wonderful. We haven't talked to each other for, we're family, so there's and for different reasons we don't talk to each other. But maybe he needs some help. Anyhow, but I really appreciate all. I'm not sure
he knows who he's talking about. I'm not sure he knows who you're talking about.
Hanuman.
French
Canadian Hanuman.
The original Hanuman?
Yes, the one that got married. He got married to my sister, and that's how we were introduced to Srila Prabhupada. And Hanuman was begging for forgiveness.
So where is he now?
He's in Canada. I'm not sure if he went back to Montreal. Last I hear,
Vancouver,
his children are in. Mm-hmm. Well, his children are in Vancouver, but I don't know. He travels. I guess.
My position is this: if anyone wants to speak to me, they're willing, they're able, they can call me. I'm here 24/7. I mean, for anybody who wants to call me and talk to me. And on the phone, you can't do much. But Srila Prabhupada said important issues cannot be settled on the phone, but you can preach. So I'll be happy to talk.
You can share that.
You can share.
Like you said, you can share.
No preaching, only sharing.
I just thought of it because I know how much regard he has for you, or he had. I'm sure he still does. It's just that Vishnu Jan told me one time, Hanuman is a bit crazy. He said he first came here to Los Angeles, we put him in the garage, he was so high on LSD and mushrooms that he was very incoherent. But he was a fantastic sharer or preacher, and and he had a original program. So many of the things, how he trained us. We were the first, my sister were the first two disciples of Srila Prabhupada in Argentina. And later on, decades later, she became Canadian. I'm a U.S. citizen I've been in America actually for longer than I was there in Argentina. But
Well, I have very, very great appreciation for the people of South America. I've always felt that instead of spending so much time with the European has-beens, the administration of this country should have been making strong ties with South America. South America has a great tradition. When I was in Sao Paulo, I went down there for a few days, and I was having kirtans, just me and two other devotees, and we were mobbed. We couldn't move. We were pressed against the storefronts. Everybody was so eager. Then I went out and I was preaching Isha Upanishad, and I had a translator, and the people loved it. They loved hearing from the Isha Upanishad, and I had to be translated very slowly, but they got the message. So there's a lot of untapped spirituality in South America that needs real, honest preaching, straightforward, Prabhupada direct stuff.
Is that
yes,
the West?
we were. It's just unfortunately, because of that top-heavy administration and the we were in 1975 February. Hanuman called me and said, "Let's go to Mexico. Prabhupada is coming there," and so we went. And devotees have forgotten when I first joined in '73 with my sister. Let's see. Anyhow, we were recommended for first and second initiation, and Prabhupada said yes, but there has been so many that are leaving. They had left. Let's wait another few months, and in the meantime, my first wife, she was from San Diego, a devotee. She joined in 69, 70. She wanted to have her child and with her mom. So anyhow, I moved there. But Prabhupada in '73, we went there with Hanuman, and Prabhupada received us so well. I brought in 3 books, and I had edited to tell Spanish. In Spanish. They were translated by Rohini from New York, Rohini Kumar. And so it was in his first language. So to give a brief thing, and I know I'm just like, this sounds too biographical, but just to give you an idea, because people think, oh, Latin America is all one thing, what below the border stuff. But it's very variegated, and people, especially in Argentina, they were mostly educated in Europe, either where it was La Sorbonne, or they went to Oxford, or they came to MIT, or universities in America, but mostly in Europe. So my sister had her own company. She won the campaign, film and campaign for 7-Up 1969, and she at the Cannes Festival. The Cannes Festival. Anyhow, one of her things that she was expert at was graphic design, and Prabhupada appreciated very much. She ended up being the art director for BBT and printing in Los Angeles. But briefly, because see Rameshwar and all, the influence of this heavy macho chauvinistic tendencies, or who these people took over in a way, and brushed aside all the women. So she got the short end of the stick, being a woman. Even Prabhupada came to visit her. We had a kind of like a very different relationship, even though it was 73 when we met him, and it was, already the movement was starting to grow, really bounce and leaps and bounce. But one thing Prabhupada was so personal, and he said, now you're too, Hanuman said, I'm so sorry for leaving sannyas. And Prabhupada smiled, said, no, he said, it's okay. Now you're two, now you preach double. And I couldn't speak to Prabhupada. I was so shy and timid. I felt I was in the presence of God, which is, outer manifestation of Paramatma. And so I was clutching the 3 books that I brought him. And I make it a little long story, but those books had to be edited because with her knowledge, and connections to the printing world, which were also connected to Italy and, the Italian printers who've done fine Bibles. And she came out with the idea a little bit actually before Hansaluta to have small books. But at the end of the story, anyhow, Prabhupada kept signaling to me to come closer. And the room kind of stretched for me. But anyhow, I managed to get right next to him, and he signaled like he used to do many times on many occasions. With his eyes, he could speak. Oh, the books, yes, here, Prabhupada. And he read the titles to the books in perfect Castilian, because that's the name of the language is Castilian, not Spanish. And I was thinking, wow, Prabhupada speaks Spanish. And he looked at me and said, Krishna speaks even the birds' language. So that was my relationship from then on with Srila Prabhupada. And so I don't know. I mean, now fast forward to 75, and I'm privy because Harinam would take me to all these darshans with Srila Prabhupada, who didn't object. And the whole thing was about zonal, no acharyas then, of course there were, zonal GBC. And don't come into my zone, I'm the chief dog. And so Prabhupada was not liking that at all. And he expressed that throughout, that week there, he spoke very much against it. At one point, I mean, he made jokes, like he said, well, wherever there is 2 men, there is 2 opinions. So now, but we all agree that this is a movement of Lord Chaitanya, and we want to push forward to it. And so, sorry to make it too long, but I thought that I was coming to a very important point. One of the nights at 10:30 at night, Prabhupada called Hanuman and I to his room, and then the conversation, we didn't know what to expect, or sort of kind of along the line what was going on. So Hanuman opened by saying, Prabhupada, I don't get along with my god-brothers. And Prabhupada kind of chuckled and he said, I didn't get along with mine either. So, but then he, some kind of important questions, because this subject came, later on to the surface, especially in 77. But Prabhupada then got serious, and he said, first time I said, Prabhupada, when you leave, when you go into Aprakrit Lila, that we call it now. When you leave, do you leave in somebody in charge? I mean, Prabhupada said, no, I want all of you. And he quoted Lord Chaitanya's verse, that if you know the science of Krishna, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be Sudra, you could be married, you could be sannyas. Yes, Kiba. Yasi. Yeah, I want all of you, he said, to come to standard and know and learn this science and then teach it to others. And then Hanuman said, but when you're not there and I have to consult or take advice from, and who do I go to?
You told me.
And Prabhupada said, go to the Vaishnava your heart tells you to us. And then one of the things he did is he got serious and he counted on his fingers in his hands. And he said, yes, I didn't meet my spiritual master no more than 10 times. But he went, the secret of my success is that I follow his instructions. And so that was kind of brief, but there were some important points that helped me.
He was making today.
That you are making today. So I'm sorry that took it so long, but I just I was wondering if you kind of remember. I know you remember Hanuman, and because of the points that you made today, I thought they were very important early on. Sorry, we're in town and we're running errands, and this is during the day, and at times I couldn't hear everything you said. I had to, pause the phone. And we're in our car, our truck.
They're in Hawaii.
So, yeah. And but there were other God brothers that were present, and I was there in '76 when Sridhar Maharaj came to visit Prabhupada, and the love that was in between them, it was outstanding to see. It was very impressive. And then from other God brothers, I hear in '68, and I think it was August, that when Prabhupada heard of the passing away of Bhakti Pragyan Kesava Maharaj, who gave sannyas to Prabhupada. Anyhow, so I thought many times I hear devotees lumping, godiyamat with these two sannyasis and his disciple of Bhakti Pragyan Kesava Maharaj, who acted as a Ritvik, and there's a confusion there. So you were there, and I know you said that Prabhupada appointed these people, these devotees, to be gurus, but didn't he appointed them as Ritvik, in a sense, Ritvik meaning that they will, in his behalf, will initiate those devotees who were waiting to take initiation from Prabhupada?
You've asked a question that requires considerable explanation. And let me say in a nutshell that the meeting of May 27th, is 27th and 28th, the last meeting of the GBC, asking Srila Prabhupada about the future. We were concerned about the future after he left. Nothing was discussed or said about the devotees who were waiting, praying, crying to be initiated by Srila Prabhupada before he left. We didn't discuss that. That came up on July 9th, when Srila Prabhupada came out with this explanation of how the initiations were to go on. But in the May 27th or 28th meeting, he came out with a plan. We did not discuss about the devotees who were waiting. That was covered by the July 9th. That didn't change anything that happened at that meeting. The July 9th meeting was specifically directed at what they were supposed to do with the devotees who were waiting for initiation. Srila Prabhupada made it clear that they were to initiate on his behalf. They were to be his disciples. That was not the subject matter of the meeting in May. The subject matter of the meeting in May was what to happen to the parampara after Srila Prabhupada left, because we were responsible for carrying on the movement. We had to know exactly what he wanted. Although we knew from his books about the disciplic session, we wanted to know what he wanted. And I find it disconcerting that so many devotees are claiming to know what happened at that meeting, what was the purpose of that meeting, who were not there. They were not there. And their interpretations and explanations of that meeting and what happened on July 9th are not what I experienced. They're not what I signed the GBC record book with. 17 other GBC men, we all signed off on that meeting with Srila Prabhupada. We all understood the results of that meeting. There was no question about any of us what Srila Prabhupada intended. It's recorded. I have a CD of it. I have a transcription of it, and I have a certain memory of parts of it. And I'm not prepared to discuss that at this point, because every time I do, I come up with rebuttals by people who don't know what they're talking about.
I won't let them rebut you. I'll just mute them.
So I can't discuss that any further because it's a very sensitive discussion for me. It's a very,
yes, I understand.
I cannot.
Can we hear that whole
It wasn't
discussion
my-
from you? Sir?
What is that, Dinesh? It's not
I
clear.
just want to beg that we can hear that entire discussion from you. Gaura will keep everybody muted and just let you speak and give us the history of that. That's so important. Please do that.
I'll do
Very
it.
important.
I will do it. But I'm tired of doing it. I have not stopped doing it. I always find that when I do it, a person who is objecting doesn't come up with a solid rebuttal, but just breaks off and goes away. And then again, later on, the same thing. I'm not going to keep repeating myself on this. I put it in writing.
What he's saying is that we can all be muted on Zoom, and then you can speak and no one can say anything. They're all muted, and you can present it as a presentation and no one can comment. And if they leave, that's their problem.
No, we can have it on the record, recorded, what you say without any rebuttal, so that we have that history from you who were there.
Yes.
So it's essential. Prabhu, time is running, and all the old guard and those like you, very intelligent. Somebody's like mature devotee, disciple of Prabhupada, who witnessed very important conversations.
Well,
and
you're
situations,
always,
especially in this one.
you will always find someone who's a senior, so-called senior devotee, who will contradict what I say.
Not on my watch, not in my Zoom.
Everyone would love to hear you. Everyone would love to hear it. No objection. Oh, it's muted.
Let's agree to do it on a different day, though. We've been going.
Yeah, on Monday
5
maybe
hours
we can
now.
do it. On Monday we can do it.
I'm not prepared for Monday. This is a special topic,
Okay.
which is very incendiary for many people, and has been brought across an entirely different way than I would do it. So all I can say is I can show you when the time comes. I can show you on the screen documents to back up what I have to say.
Great. We're looking forward to that.
Gaura, let's set up a date. Can we do that?
We can't right now. We have to do it later.
We're at the mercy of Rupanuga Prabhu whenever he can make another divine appearance. Hopefully on Monday. Hopefully.
Well, I love it.
Well,
I
he
love
said
it
Monday is
because
not
I love it because I have such a limited field, such a limited forum for preaching. So I really appreciate your patience with me. This is very important to me. Preaching has always been my life, and it's been restricted more and more and more. And so by the mercy of the internet, I now have some place where I can speak out.
And I'm here
Wonderful.
to expand your influence. Pradyumna Prabhu, myself, Dineshwar, we all want to expand your influence.
Well, my influence is only Srila Prabhupada's influence. I don't have any influence of my own. If
That's
ever
why it's ecstatic. That's why I appreciate it, bro.
So please have a good rest, Rupanuga Prabhu. We need to take good care of you because there's so much we need to get from you.
Yeah, you're very selfish. You want me to stay alive just so I could satisfy your curiosity. So
You're the Sarabi cow that we want to keep milking.
I don't mind. I have as long as I have a good reason to live, I'll do it. Without preaching, I'm
All
nothing.
right.
Yes. What did Bhaktisiddhanta say? Only a man with life can preach something prachar.
Yeah.
Exactly. Was he who has
He who has
life
life
can preach.
can preach.
That was in a letter to Jayananda.
Ah,
A letter to Jayananda, yes.
He
Yes,
who
sir.
has life, he can preach.
yes. So you have a
So,
lot.
so you're keeping me alive.
Yes. So we're not going to stop you from preaching. We just bring it on, bring it on. So, okay. So can you give us a time Monday? Like, I don't know when you finish your routine where you'll be free to again speak with us.
We already settled on a Monday date and time. We already settled on that.
Okay. What time was that? I'm sorry.
I don't have it at my fingertips.
Do you remember a time for Monday, Pradyumna? I don't remember a time.
I remember that it was going to be at 11 o'clock.
Oh, 11 to 1 or something like that.
Yes,
Okay.
like that on Monday, this
Yeah.
Monday. And I was going to have my godbrother local guru here to make sure that I push the right buttons.
Well, I got you on today, right?
Yeah, you were coaching me.
Right.
Okay.
I'll be happy to come over any day and push the buttons for you, Prabhuji.
Yeah, I'm a computer nitwit, I admit it, but I'm not so foolish as to store whatever I remember on a computer. I keep my 5x7 index cards up to date because the computers can go down anytime. They can fool around with the grids. Anything can happen. They can decide when they're going to cut you off. I don't trust them.
I lost 11 years of writing on Facebook because they suspended me because I was talking about all the lies and propaganda that they permit.
You know, the media is no longer neutral at any step.
Mhm.
They all have an agenda, and that agenda doesn't necessarily cover the truth.
Right.
On the other hand, I have the complete Prabhupada audio library on this computer. So
Yes, well, that's
quite
good.
nice.
That's
Are you guys home yet?
Listen. If it wasn't for 747s or 7 field, Pablo couldn't have been able to fly around the world. So technology has its dovetailing, right? Technology has its usefulness. If it wasn't for technology, Srila Prabhupada couldn't have flown all around the planet 10 times.
True.
So we can use it. We have to use it, but for the right reason. It doesn't mean we have to trust everything we see on the TV screen. There are a lot of devotees in ISKCON who believe everything they see on CNN.
Oh no, they're going out of business. They're losing. They lost their
Yeah,
readership.
some experts are actually predicting CNN will be finished this year. Yeah.
Too many lies.
Someone else will take their place. It's already there. It's already there. It's Kali Yuga. Anyway, I've got to go.
Yeah, so everyone, please come back 11 o'clock New York City time for more when Rupanuga Prabhu speaks out.
All right, 11 a.m.
On July 9th letter and May 28th. Correct?
Can you put a calendar?
Initially wasn't initially
6 a.m.
Initially, I was going to simply answer questions, have some sort of a format like you usually have.
Okay.
Asking me to make a special presentation, that's going to be another time.
Sure. I can appreciate that, Prabhu.
Before you
at
go,
all.
Rupanuga Prabhu, I'd like to introduce you to a wonderful Vaishnavi in Pakistan. Please make your appearance. Nitya Leela
She just
Devi
left.
Das. Oh no.
Maybe she's
no.
still there.
She's here.
Well, she was
She's here.
thanking everyone, so maybe
I know
left.
she was.
Maybe
That's
she's
why I'm trying to catch her before she leaves. So Nitya Leela and her two brothers managed to get the Pakistani government to donate 10 million Pakistani rupees to print Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita in Urdu and Sindh. Nitya Leela, can you please make your appearance so you can meet our dear godbrother, Rupanuga Prabhu? Are you there?
Hi everyone, please accept my
Hare Krishna.
Hi, Nitya Leela.
No,
How are you?
Actually, I'm traveling, so unable to
see.
on the camera. The signal will be dropped. It's already very reduced here. Signals are not good. Yeah, my humble obeisances to all of the assembled devotees, and nice to know about Rupanuga Prabhuji. We would like to more of his presence and interaction.
Oh, you want to have Rupanuga on Zoom in Pakistan. Rupanuga, there's like 20 Hare Krishna temples in Pakistan. And Nitya Leela, she has been the directress of all the communications for Pakistan preaching. So I want to get you out there if you're interested to preach to the devotees there.
I'm ready.
All right.
Thank you very much. It's our honor and privilege, exactly.
Yes, I think even Kirtanananda, he has something like 10 temples there as well, Nitya Leela.
Yeah, more than 10.
Oh my God. So Rupanuga, he was there with Kirtanananda. He knows him very well, and he can segue into Srila Prabhupada.
Who was there?
Amazing
just
to
that-
know this.
There's 10 temples that were established by Kirtanananda in Pakistan, so they're followers of Kirtanananda. But because you knew him very intimately, that could be a nice way to segue into glorifying Prabhupada.
I don't know.
I'm just making a suggestion.
I don't want to get involved in controversies.
No controversy. Just you were a pal of Kirtananda's at one point,
No,
right?
I really wasn't a pal of Kirtananda's.
No,
no, I was not a pal. I don't think anybody was a pal of Kirtananda's, but besides Hari Griva and a couple. But I mean, I was not a pal of Kirtananda's. I mean,
Okay.
I didn't know him that well, and I left for Buffalo in February '68.
Okay.
But I know about some of the history, and I mean, it may not be so palatable. I don't want to get into controversies.
Okay, sure. We'll keep you away.
You wouldn't have to speak about that. All you have to do is, she's just giving you a forum to speak, to preach.
Yeah.
I don't
Don't
want to
say
talk.
anything about Kirtananda.
Yeah,
She's-
Gaura, I think you're getting confused. I mean,
Getting him
confusing a little bit,
confused.
getting Rupanuga Prabhu a little confused.
No, I did that with
Uh,
Jivan Mukta because Jivan Mukta was a disciple of Kirtanananda because they're big followers of Kirtanananda. I used Jivan Mukta to go in there and speak to them about Prabhupada. But with his
Right.
background as a Kirtanananda disciple or former
But-
disciple.
But
you know,
Nitya Leela's not one of the Kirtananda temples. She
She's
was
friends with
ISKCON.
them. She's friends with them.
Yeah.
yeah, they're all friends.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyhow,
Okay. Anyway, lots of opportunity for you to be reaching out to the world, Rupanuga Prabhu, and Pradyumna, myself, and everyone here is here to support you, serve you.
Yeah, much appreciated.
So please accept my respectful obeisances. Please accept my respectful obeisances, everyone. We'll see you Monday, 11 o'clock, New York City
Can I-
time. With
can I say-
Rupanuga.
Can I say something real quick before we
Okay.
go? I just want to say my mother came home after 2.5 months. She's right here.
Oh, very
Thank
nice.
you, bless her.
Linda Kijai.
There you go. You're happy you're home.
Oh, very happy for you.
Welcome
Hare
home.
Krishna.
Happy for you, Prabhu.
Thank
Hare
you. Thank you
Krishna.
so much.
With Krishna willing, may he restore your health.
Thank you so much. There. Wishing you good health in the name of Krishna. Mhm.
Good night, everyone. Obeisances to you. Vancha kalpa, trubhyascha. Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi.